Holding on to the hand of self-destruction, and I'm back to a place that I left a long time ago. Just give me a sec while I smoke this cigarette. My aching body feels better still. What do you do when you pick up my guitar and too much on your plate when I need to escape? Everything will be better when I find a way. When people leave, do they ever think about you? What I'd say if I ever came back again? Well, I still wonder and I miss you. I know I'll ask you when I see you again, my friend. What do you do when you get the blues? Just pick up my guitar and too much on your plate when you need to escape. Everything will be better when I find a way. Oh. What do you do when you pick up a guitar and too much on your plate when you need to escape? Every little thing will be better when I find a way. Whoa, go, go. Find a way.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. How are you? Do you have the additional music packs for Hearts of Iron? Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure I do. There's a nice picture of CSG right there. Mark, what's going on, buddy? Rimo, good morning. I just said good morning to you like 20 minutes ago, but good morning again. Okay? All right, good morning again.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh my god! That was 20 subs and a 68-month resub from Apple II guy. Wow. That's pretty neat. You can tell it was 20 subs because of the way it is. That's pretty neat. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. That's a way to start the stream, I guess. I don't know what to say. Dude, you got me. It's too early. I need more caffeine. You started early. It's not even noon. Oh. Well, I tried that whole going to bed earlier thing. And it turns out if you can muster it and go to bed earlier, you get up earlier. I know. Shocking revelation. You got a bonus at work? All right, man. Well, thank you. I appreciate the support. Really, I do. There was also no construction this morning. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Managed to wake up before 9 a.m. and got 7 hours of sleep. Oh. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. So, cities, we got work to do. Let's go. We got work.
Hey, I forgot I wanted to tell you to go get chicken today before the snowstorm. Or not today. Go get chicken tomorrow before the snowstorm so that we're not, like, starving.
Okay. How many colds was it this morning? Dude, it has been nasty cold here. Like, we're not getting Russia cold. It's not Russia cold, but it's Canada cold. That's for sure. It has been very cold. Right now, it is currently -7 centigrade. Yeah. Yeah, it's 20 degrees out. 20 degrees Fahrenheit. 20. And tomorrow, the high temperature will be 1 Celsius. 1. 34 F. And then it's going to snow on Saturday. 12 to 18 inches. So for our European friends, that's like 40 centimeters. Yeah. Damn it. Damn it. So tired of this. Frickin' go away, you freak. It's -16 C in Quebec. Yeah, Benno, you got me. You got me a little bit. Today actually isn't that bad. If we're anywhere near positive Celsius, that's fine. But dude, it was like last week, I think the lowest temperature it got was like -20 C, which is pretty freaking cold. That's not Russia cold. Russia cold is like -40 C, but that's Canada cold. That's really cold for Boston. I mean, there's a whole cold snap going through the whole country right now. Like, I saw somebody say it already. It's like 40 degrees Fahrenheit in Texas. They probably don't know what to do. They probably What is this? What is this thing outside? I don't like this. Yeah, even in Florida, down on the Space Coast. Yeah, it's getting like down to like 30 degrees, 20 degrees Fahrenheit, which is well into the negatives in centigrade. That's not how that works. Before they lose power again. That won't happen again, dude. I don't think it'll happen again. Hey, quick idea. So here at Montreal's airport, we have a park next to the airport that was specially made for the spotting community. Would it be great? It would be great if you could add it to your airport. Well, let's go look there, friend. We will go look at the plane spotting area. That's cool, man. I didn't know that. I've never flown into Montreal's airport. I've only ever driven to Montreal, to be honest with you. Go. Let's take a look. Where's our friends up to the north? The ever-popular Mark. So, Montreal, Pierre, Elliott, Trudeau. Where's the plane spotting area? Oh, there's a golf course right there. That's kind of neat. Clutch, where are we talking about here, dude? I'd like to stay at your airport hotel and watch the planes from the pool on the roof. 5 head. I thought Montreal would have a bigger airport, to be honest. It's really not that big. Unless there's another one. I mean, Logan's bigger than that, no offense. Like, my thought process while shoveling snow. No hurricanes, no tornadoes, no tsunamis, no hurricanes, no... Yeah, Willie, alright. You know, that's fair. That's fair. Like, if we're gonna choose one natural disaster, I'd probably take blizzard. Yeah, out of all of the other ones. Yeah, I'll probably take blizzard. That's fine. Your apartment's on the Logan flight path, so I get the plane spot from your porch. Nice. Nice. So, Merc, my dad grew up in Quincy, and whenever I would go to my grandmother's house down in Quincy before she passed away, it was a long time ago, don't worry about it. Yeah, it was right on the flight, it was right on the glide slope for 4 left and 4 right, so, dude, like, when I was young, I'd just go out and watch planes go by. My grandma would be like, why are you watching the planes go by? That happens all the time. I'm like, yeah, not where I live. Jacques de Lesseps Park. Okay. Oh, dude. Okay. All right, let me see. Oh, it's even got a little berm so you can see the plane. Ah, you know what? That's pretty cool. I dig it. That's a good idea. That's cool, man. Yeah, you see that train yard over there? At least with the blizzard, you can keep putting on layers. Yeah, I suppose that's not the worst. I'm on the North Shore. Not sure the runway, though. Well, it's probably 22, Merc. It's 22 left, 22 right. It's the runways that are going in the opposite direction. That's cool, man. I could probably swing something like that. Put a park next to it. I'll find some space. So, Merc, so these runways right here. This one and this one. So that's 22 right and 22 left. You don't need to say where you're from. It's fine. But, so, anywhere right here. So, if you're up in Peabody or, like, Hamilton or Revere, like, right on the glide slope. See, my dad's house... where am I? Yeah, my dad's house was like right here. Right by where Route 3 and 93 and 128, 95 all connect together. Yes. There's 3 roads, but there's 5 roads. Don't ask. Like right here on the hills. So I could always look out to the west, and you just see planes flying by. Planes flying by. Flying by. Yeah, my dad grew up over here. Man, this really doesn't do the hills that are here justice. The hills are a lot bigger than that. Where's Furnace Brook Parkway? There it is. Yeah. My dad grew up right around here. I live at the end of the private airport. I see T6s, BD5s, Red Bull Racers, Christian Eagles all day long. That's cool, man. Go to this location. I don't want to. I want to see your stupid airport. Alright, let's take a look. Hey, Chief, what's going on? You weren't here when we looked at Schiphol yesterday. What's with the runway that's all the way up there, W? What's that about? Well, it's just, oh, yeah. Oh. There's some farms out here? Nah. Nah, not anymore there isn't. Here, have a runway. Why? Why did you, why? Why didn't you just put that, like, right here? No, it's got to be over there. Why not? Alright. Sounds? Oh. 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 Yeah. No better spot for plane spotting than working at the air side of an airport. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, as we can see, yeah, I'm with you on that one. I know a lot of guys that do it, and they send me pictures of the different planes like that. Ooh, hello. We saw this plane yesterday. Dash 400? No, Dash 200. Cargo. Cool. See the small hump? Dash 200. It's not a 400. Gee, I wonder what all these planes are, Thomas, with the blue stripe. Wouldn't be KLM planes, would they? Oh, look at all of them. Nice in a row. It's cute. It's a 400? Are you sure the hump is too small? Get the registration from the wing. So they did that for sound. Is adding a runway that much louder? I mean, it really isn't, but I love how you have a 21st century taxiway going over a 19th century canal. That's funny to me. I don't know why, but it's funny to me. You really need you to play Airport CEO? What did this airport here? Let's go into the timeline. Oh wow, that runway's been there for a while, huh? Okay. Was Amsterdam Airport was it like an Air Force base or something? Or was there always an airfield here? Or was it something that like came about in World War II? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Now I want to check it before we go any further. Let's see. Nice car. Hey, nice car. Nice Model A. Bro. Nice planes. Nice planes. Look at these planes. Look, 707 right there. There's a Douglas DC-8 over there. Nice planes, man. I'll take the milk truck too. That milk truck's pretty cool. It's not a milk truck, but okay, you get the idea. Polderbahn, Oostbahn, Kagbahn, Aalsmeerbahn. Nope. Yep. Nope. Can't say that word. Schiphol opened in 1916 as a military air base. Hey. Huh. Just doing some reading here real quick before we jump into our airport. Actually, we'll load. I'll load up. Continue. There we go. 4 asphalt runways at 45-degree angles. Okay. All 1,000 meters. That's really short. Those are short runways. The airport was captured by the German military the same year and renamed Fliegerhorst. Fliegerhorst. What's Horst in German? I don't know what that means. Flying base? It's good, Steve. How are you? Despite the defenses that were installed, the airfield was still bombed intensively. An exceptionally heavy attack on December 13th, 1943 caused so much damage that it rendered the airfield unusable as an active base. After that, it served only as an emergency landing field until the Germans themselves destroyed the remnants of the airfield at the start of Market Garden. At the end of the war, the airfield was quickly restored and the first DC-3 landed on 8th of July, 1945. Cool. Word. Alright, cool. So it's been there. That's a really old airport. They speak Dutch, not German, by the way. Wow, S, you're just stellar commentary from yourself. Me going through my emails on Monday morning. Holy highways, Batman. We installed a rather extensive airport loop. And we've opened up our new terminal with the exception of transport services. Look at the hand banana airplane. You can tell it's a hand banana airplane because it looks like a giant banana. It looks like a giant banana. Banana. Wing banana. Hondo Bonani. V1. Rotate. 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 Positive rate. Gear up. Hand banana 154. Oh, God. No. Oh. Dude. Look. It's a hand banana air. It's a hand banana air 747-400. Yes. But there's a 777 trying to sniff its butt. They have become one. Wait, why is the 777 faster? No. What are you doing, step plane? Tenerife, Tenerife, Tenerife! Yeah, 747's like, I don't need you. So, what I want to do, now that we got a big part of the airport set up, what I would like to do is... Uh-oh. Yeah, we should... We should probably... Should probably move these. Well, the wing just went through the police station. That's good. Yeah, this is why they don't put tall things next to the taxiways. That's why the lights are in the ground, because the overhead lights don't really do good. What more like? So we made the modifications. to this, and we added a major loop, and then I redid the service roads, but they don't have a connection yet into anything. But the main highway loop we finished late last night. So we have a gigantic intersection right here that's designed for very high throughput, or very high throughput. It's designed to handle a lot of traffic. And then it goes through an airport loop where if you're trying to get to Terminal B, you could just bypass and go through the parking, around the parking garage, around the hotel. And, you know, if you want to drop people off at Terminal A here, you can take the off-ramp right there and get into the terminal. And then you jump out here, or you can get on the service roads. The service roads don't do much right now. I just did that because I thought it looked cool. I'm calling the NTSB. And then then you get over here, and then you have arrivals and departures. Departures on the top floor, arrivals on the bottom floor. And then you have a bypass loop here for the Terminal A traffic to get out. I kept it flowing in one contiguous loop. I didn't add like turnarounds or anything. The reason why I didn't do that is because this keeps the traffic flowing. You spread the traffic out over a wider surface area. So it works kind of like the manifolds that we make for industrial areas. It keeps everything nice and spread out. And all the points of interface here, or the intersection points, are all far away from each other. It helps keep traffic flowing. And then in here, we moved Han Banana Air headquarters right there. Mold. Moved Han Banana Air World headquarters over there, and power is currently off. That's good. We may not be generating enough electricity with these. 18 megawatts. It's probably not enough for the airport, I'm not gonna lie. Let's place down another one because we can. I used this as part of a school project you got an A on. Nice. I don't think the people in the hotel appreciates the road. Well, they can always go up on the top floor and you get an absolutely stellar view. Ah, we can't go up there. Well, that's a shame. Can we walk up the ramp? Nope. This road. Что? That's a really tall road. Don't take this the wrong way. This literally looks like something out of Half-Life. It looks like Half-Life 2. Wait, why? Because it's a bridge. See? It's a road that connects to that bridge over there. This is in St. Petersburg, is it not? I'll bet you I can find this. It looks like Half-Life. You could definitely tell where the environment modelers for Half-Life went to get their reference. I'm gonna go ahead and guess right there. Damn, I'm good at this. Produce? Oh, very nice. Oh, dude, screw box trucks. That thing looks like a toy. We need to get you guys some trucks, man. Damn. Little tugboat. Yeah, I think P-R-O-D. Producti? Also double decker. It's a nice bridge, man. I like it. It's a nice bridge. Tugboat is part of the Russian Navy. I mean, it is St. Petersburg, so that's very possible. No, it's not Russian Navy. It's not painted the right colors. Yeah, see, the reason why it's so high up off the ground is because it goes out over the water and then it goes across a big bridge. But the bridge needs to be super freaking tall so it doesn't block the port. Because St. Petersburg's ports are all over here. Actually, no, the port's over here. Man, yeah, there's a lot going on here. Petroleum export right there, no doubt. Intermodal. Raw material, no, junkyards. Ah. Sewage. How high do you want the bridge? Yes, well, they got to make sure the ships can get under it. Have you seen the port in Rotterdam? Yeah, Nurak, it's a big one. We started making ports for this, but check it out. Started making ports. I have them over here. I started making an intermodal area. Make a bridge tall enough that you can have a runway below. I can think of several reasons why that's a really bad idea. I think of several reasons why we probably shouldn't do that. And then I also added the helicopter depot down here. So we have fire helicopters. But what I would like to do is do a lot of detail today. So, guys, I have the airport parts pack. So check this out. So if we go in here and type runway, I have the airport parts pack where we can... we can place down runway markings and stuff. See what I'm talking about? And then we have those marks, we have those marks, we have the hashes, and one solo. Okay. See what I'm talking about? We have the big hash marks. We have all kinds of stuff in here. Then we have the bars. We have big ones, small ones, depending on the size of the runway. The arrowhead marker. See, we can even do runway lights and splines here. Whoa, the airport's DLC has these things? Wait a minute. Huh. It says airports DLC, Sneaky. What could these possibly be? I want to put all the small stuff in. Threshold lights. Center line measuring. Approach. Runway arrow. See, I like putting out all this stuff and making like a palette here. So instead of going and searching for it, you can just go ahead and find it. I'm not sure what these arrows do. To be honest, pilots are gonna have to tell me what all this stuff is. I mean, obviously I know that says approach, like I get it. They're probably not really hard to understand. Everything with airplanes is very, very intuitive on purpose. The reason why is because there's a little bit of survivor's bias there. What does that mean? That all the stupid ideas got weeded out because it probably got somebody killed. Yeah, look at all this stuff, man. See, this is the runway parts pack from Vasmir. Vasmir 22 is the guy's name on the Steam Workshop. There's all these models for runways, so you can put all this stuff in. They point to taxiways and runways and have labels next to them. They tell the pilots what to do. Yeah. I'm going to place them all down, and I want to name all of our taxiways. I want to be able to basically make a Jepson map for this thing. For the airport, because we can. Because that would be really cool. Here, let's see what else we can find. Taxiway. There's taxiway lights. Oh, taxiways. Like this, let me see. Oh, they're indicators. Okay. Alright. Like I said, it's probably super intuitive, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Approach sign is for a taxiway that's in front of the runway threshold, basically letting you know that you're taxiing underneath the approach of the runway, and ground control tells you to hold short of the approach point. So planes landing gear doesn't hit you. So, okay, no Tenerife. Got it. Yep. Not everything is Tenerife. I get it. But yeah, okay, cool. See, we have all this stuff, man, and I want to use it. I want to put all this stuff in. Now, I would go ahead and assume that these markers here, S, are... These are probably for taxiways, these arrow indicators to indicate a taxiway. Oh, nice. We have... That's a lot of links. Oh, perfect. Oh, we're doing all this. It's gonna take a while, but we're doing all this. Yeah, you guys got it. Yeah, we're doing all this. Just imagine someday, guys, the same people that do this, the FAA they're thinking up the same stuff for spaceflight right now. So someday in the future, you're gonna have not approach but landing site. Seriously, that's gonna be a good day. I don't think we're going to have this many taxiways, but I'll put them out. I mean, some airports have to go into Greek letters, dudes. Taxiway ending sign, hold short sign. I'm putting all these signs in, guys. It has to be real. It's these little things, dudes, that are gonna really really make the difference. This is what's going to take the airport to the next level. And yet, at the end of the day, we're still going to have... At the end of the day, we're still going to have the planes tailgating each other on the runway. So once again, this is it's Vasimir 22 on the workshop. This is his airplane parts pack, airport parts pack. There's all kinds of good stuff in here. And this is all the stuff. These are basically, so from what I can understand, fellas, these are basically the road signs, so to speak, for taxiways and runways. Planes have a set of road signs just like cars do. I mean, I just learned that. Well, like, here's the thing, fellas. I knew what this stuff did, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you like I knew what everything did. Like, I know what every single thing here does. I know that they're indicators for the taxiway, but I don't know exactly what they are. Like, I know that's a threshold marker and a taxiway. I knew that stuff. Like, right? But not like this, you know? I know what these numbers do, but I don't know what they do at the same time. I don't know enough about it to be able to tell you definitively. That's why I asked. You missed Z? Oh. There you go. Did the DLC have signs? No. No. This is the airplane parts pack, dude. So, I want to indicate all of our taxiways. I want to have all the taxiways indicated here. And I want to put all the signs in. But you had X and Y, I give up. You... Is that Rush? Flo, I was telling people yesterday, and I'm very surprised that people don't know this. So, YYZ by Rush, or they would call it YYZ, right? It's not YYZ, it's YYZ. What you're hearing right here is the locator. I think that's the VOR. No, it couldn't be the VOR. Yeah, no, it has. Yeah, that is the VOR for Toronto Pearson. They took the VOR signal for Toronto Pearson and made it into a song. YYZ is a song about airplanes. Yeah. It's the locator beacon for Toronto Pearson Airport. That's what it is. That's what that noise is. And that ding da ding 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 da ding da ding 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 da ding 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 is just Morse code for YYZ. Yeah, it's the VOR. So here, check this out. Toronto. No, it's planned for future expansion. Future. Yep. So the VOR for Toronto Pearson is over here somewhere. There it is. That thing. See that thing right there? That thing is emitting this noise. That's so cool. Rush are such freaking nerds. I love it. Dude, I love it. Who thinks of that? Who hears the VOR from Pearson and thinks, "Oh, I can make a song out of this." Oh, that's so cool, man. Isn't that awesome? What's my airport's code? I don't know yet. I don't know yet. Oh, we can also... I'm not sure if the game will understand these runways here. But we can make... I can make runways, right? But I don't think the game would use them. See last. VOR is a cool tech. How they work. Yeah, it bounces the signal in different directions, which is really neat. Yeah, so you could just make runway surface. Unless the creator updates them to work with the airport's DLC. You know what's weird, Sneaky? Parts of Joke's modular airport seem to work. The taxiways, we tested the taxiways and we know that they work. And that one seems to have the right indicators on it, dude. Okay, we're gonna save and I'm testing this. Can you overlap them so it lands and it's cosmetic on the top? I probably could do that if we have to. Public, yeah. Huh. Interesting. I'm gonna save this, guys, and we'll reload the save if we need to. But, Hey, Duckman. So the airport really isn't profitable right now because it's planned for future expansion. You know what we'll do? Give me the road. And I'm just going to put a road here. Now, that road is just the indicator for where I started the runway. This will make it so the runway is easy to replace if we need it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut the airport off, believe it or not. I'm going to shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down now. And unfortunately, all the planes and stuff will be off. But yeah, I built this big passenger terminal. It's not going to be profitable for a little while. We need to make the city bigger. Like, way bigger. But this is designed for the way bigger city in the future. Good, I think everything's shut off. Cool. It's gonna be 5 p.m. before you know it. I know, that's why I started early today. So let's wait for this plane to take off. And then I will shut that runway. And then what I'm gonna do is dump the runway. Okay. Now give me... It's a truck backing up. Construction. Pretty hot in these rhinos. Now, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to place this runway down. Right? And then, yeah, sneaky look. It pathed it. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So, let's turn some of these back on. Yeah, no lights though. Yeah, we have to place the lights down, guys. That's the bad part about these runways. I have to place all the things manually. But if they work, no way. No way. No freaking way. How is that possible? The airport DLC must be using the same code as the mods. Oh, it's on now. It's on now. This stuff works with the mod content. Holy shnikes. It jives, man. Look at that. Dude! Oh, my day just got made. Can you add more taxiways to the runway? Mm-hmm. Yup. Yes, you can. Oh, my day just got made. Oh, you have no idea. I agree, Brimo. It's probably utilizing the same code. In fact, the modding community probably came up with the way that the DLC kind of came all together. Cities uses an extremely modular code base. Like, Brimo, it's actually super well implemented stuff. And don't get me wrong, I don't know the details of it, but I know that it's very, very modular. Because each pack that each expansion pack that they do, so there was like Parks DLC, right? And then there was Industries DLC, right? Each one of those packs uses the same kind of foundation code to work. It's just the parameters for what like levels up a district is different. It's a very modular code base. That's like, I don't even know if that's the right way to say that, to be honest with you. RIP MSC. I know, man. I know. It's so bad. It freaking works. That's how modern software development work. Well, we do have a rocket launch today, so we gotta fix. We're gonna get that working. But dude, we have indicator. Oh, I can put all kinds of taxiways on it and stuff, and we can make it look right. That's really, really helpful, actually. I think that might be a little too wide of a runway, though. What runway did I use? What types? Well, let's actually just go over here and make another palette for all the different types of runways. What do we have here? That is a wide runway. So that's a concrete runway. Two-way runways. Oh. I'm not sure if the two-way runways are gonna jive very well with this. It's a concrete runway elevated with lines and taxiways by Seb Nichols. See last. This game's proof that Unity games can be well done. This is one of the best games on Unity. They probably have a district class that uses polymorphism in multiple places. I don't know. Is KSP scheduled to a specific day now? I'm not sure, Sile. I'm cooking up a new project for KSP. And believe me, you will like it. And I'm not just saying that to be like, oh, just stay tuned. No. I'm cooking up something... I'm cooking up a project for KSP that I think you guys would really, really like. I was talking with Brimo about it the other day. It still continues mission mode, but with a couple of tweaks to it to make it not stress me the frick out. But then again, it still might do that, but who knows. And now port your city to Flight Sim. Yep. Yeah. What's this one? Okay. Asphalt elevated. I'm basically putting these out as runway swatches. Yeah, asphalt runways. Alright, we can get rid of those. These runways are all super freaking wide. This is like a... Fatbear, what would you say this one is? 200 feet, easy. That's a big runway. Can you smell what EJ is cooking? Alright. I think these runways are too wide. Can we get a smaller runway? I mean, this means we can put the right threshold indicators in and stuff, which is really, really cool. This affords a lot more customizability here. And the city's AI uses them, which is really cool. Try to do a curved runway. No. Light asphalt runway. Medium asphalt runway. Okay. I don't really want to do circular runways, fellas. Medium asphalt runways are right, but those are huge runways. Can we make a smaller one? Maybe if well, there's the taxiway indicators. So there's concrete, dark asphalt, medium asphalt, and light asphalt. Here, let's go into runway. I can't believe that it's compatible out of the box, though, dudes. So, you have threshold indicators, guys, like these. See these things right here? They're the stripes that are at the beginning of a runway. Now, this part I do know. However many stripes there is indicates how wide the runway is. So this one right here, 8 hashes, is 100 feet. See, it says 100 up there? That's 100 feet, so that's 33 meters wide. This is 150. Yeah, see, these are 150 foot wide runways. These swatches here that we're placing down. And then the biggest that I know of is a 200 runway. That's a 200 foot wide runway, so that's 66 meters wide. That's a big runway. I'm not sure what the particular application of that is, but here, we're already looking at Pearson. Let's take a look at this runway. So we have 16 hashes. So that right there is a 200 foot wide runway. So is this one. These are big runways. I don't think you need runways. Well, I'm not sure if you need runways that big, but here, let's go down to Titusville. What climate are we at? This is temperate. How about we look at this runway? I have a guess how big the shuttle landing facility runway is. 12 hash marks, 150 feet wide. Those were constructed back in the day as diversion fields for B-36s and B-52s. It's probably why they're so wide. Here, let's look at... I love how Google Earth is automatically... If I type in Orlando, because it knows I'm looking at airports, it just populates all the different airports. So we know these are B-52 runways. What about these? Oh, yeah, they're wide. Very wide. 36 left and 36 right at Orlando are huge runways. I know that because this was a B-52 base back in the day. There's the active ramp for bombing things. And then there's the bomber. There's the standby bomber area right there. There's a sign called airnav.com that will give you airport runway directions. Is that the Jepson maps, Tech? Man, Orlando's a monster of an airport. It's quite big. What about these runways over here? These were not for B-52s, so they're probably... So we got 12 hash marks, so those are 150 feet wide. 150 feet is for like 747s and A380s and stuff. Like, runways generally aren't that big. Well, that's not true. It's all about application. That's the right way to say it. It's an engineered application, just like anything else would be. What about my runways back home? Here, let me... Yeah, okay. What about here? What about the runways at Logan? 150, 150, 150. But it, see, they have a... It can support wider... It can support a wider runway, but... It's clear that these were bigger runways at the time. Older airports tend to have much wider runways because the margin of error wasn't as good as it is now. You see this thing here? This thing is the Something Wong We Too Low oh crap pad. So if you undershoot the runway, you land on this and it stops you. 4 left is 7,800 by 150. That's a big runway. 7,800. Yeah, that's right. It's 7,800. That's a weird number, Tech. Because I remember now. I remember my dad telling me about these runways back in the day. And he told me that Logan had 3 9,000-foot runways. And the reason why it's 7,800 is because for safety reasons, they displaced the threshold. So the runway way back in the day used to start over here. But now the runway starts there. See where these that indicator is? The arrows and everything? We can place all this stuff down, guys. We can make really nice looking runways. And if you look at where that starts, it's a 9,000-foot runway, but they displaced the threshold on purpose. And then this other runway over here, 4 right, 22 left. Yeah, that was a 9,000-foot runway as well. Oh no, that was even longer. Man. I know I'm not measuring threshold to threshold. I'm trying to figure out where the old threshold was. I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's probably... The old threshold was probably right here. And if it's right there, let's see. Yep. That's a long runway, dude. It's 2 miles long almost. From not the runway. The runway's not 2 miles long. From like here to there, that's 2 miles. That's a long way. So that's like 3.2 kilometers. It's a big runway. And then what about you over here? What about 927 or just runway 9 and runway 27? Yeah, 7,000. But let me see if you displace if they don't go with the displaced threshold. Yeah, it's about 8,000 feet. And then this guy right here, 33. Yeah, that's a big one. That's another 9,000-foot runway. That one is actually 9,000 feet. That's a big runway. So that one would be designed. That one's designed for landing big stuff. Is this all man-made? Yeah, Hip. Logan is entirely man-made. That's all reclaimed land. The shoreline before Logan was here went something like this. Let me go into path here. It was something like that. And then out here was just marshlands. So it kind of looked like this. Basically like that. It's not sea, but it wasn't like this. They dug out a lot. So what they did was they dug out all the marshlands around this. You can still see that it was you can still see where the original marsh was a long time ago. Right? This was like 100 years ago at least. They dug this all out around Winthrop and built up the port here. Winthrop and East Boston. You could see where they dredged it out right there. And then they dredged over here so people could get their boats in and out. And Boston Harbor, fellas, is very, very deep. Very deep. Yeah, they dug this all out. The Navy came in here. The U.S. Navy came in here and dredged all this out, and they used the extra dirt to fill in areas around Boston. Boston did not look like this, dudes. It didn't look like this. It looked more like this when they started, when the British came in. Yeah, it looked more like that. Pretty much, it was just a bunch of islands. So Boston has, this is Massachusetts Bay right here, right? There's the outer harbor, and then there's the inner harbor. So the outer harbor is right here. The inner harbor is right here. There's a reason why they called it the inner harbor, because it used to look like that. That's what it looked like. There was the shoreline, the original shoreline. You can kind of see where it was. Goes something like this. Something like that. Now, keep in mind, this area here wasn't all reclaimed. It was islands. They just strung a bunch of islands together like this. So you can see where one of them was. Castle Island. Everybody calls it Castle Island. It's not an island anymore because they built the shipping terminal out there. That was one of the islands. It's not. It's connected now. But this is all reclaimed. The entirety of South Boston is all reclaimed land. And the reason why they settled in Boston is because if you follow Tremont Street, right here, see Park Street, Boylston, this road, this one, right there. That was there was like a natural land bridge, and this part of the city, this area right here, was that was an island, a big island. That's why they settled there. The oldest parts of Boston are there, and the reason why they settled on it is because it's an island. You have a lot of natural defenses. There was just a little slither of land that connected Boston to the rest of the harbor. It was a little slither of land like that. See that right there? Or like this. I mean, a little less developed than that. That's man-made, because you can tell because it's so straight. There was like a little slither of land like that. Was there in your city a well-known part in the 1700s? What do you mean? How long until space news? About 3 hours, Alleviate, maybe 4. Like a sandbar, basically, yeah. Yeah, there was a little slither of land in Tremont Street. Follows that.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Follows the original path. That's why these roads all go straight here for a second and then they curve, because they started building stuff on that sandbar and then they started building out. You could definitely see where the original sandbar was. That's why all the roads just take a random left turn right here. Salty Dago. I mean party. Well, that happened right here. That was 1776. And then they started filling in all this area here, and then there was a bay that was behind the main bay, and they called this area Back Bay. And you can once again, you can blatantly see where the land was reclaimed. There was a big hill right here, and then they just filled it in. So you could see that right here, about right here, all the way out to the fens like this. Basically that was all filled in. And you could tell because of the architecture of the time, right? See how that's all gridded? That's because this is when grids were like a super progressive idea, right? In like the late 1800s, they filled this all in. And because they filled it all in, they named it, no, not Hines, Back Bay. And it's still called that to this day because it's all reclaimed land. Is this what you're talking about? Pretty much. Yep, I knew somebody would get the link, Novus. I didn't think it would be you, but yeah, see, there you go. Most of Boston is built on reclaimed land. Yep. Yeah, it looks a little different now, huh? Yeah, it's one hell of an engineering project. But yeah, you see Castle Island right there? See what I mean? All where the shipyard is, and then there's Governor's Island. Yeah, this is where the airport is. See, it's all sandbar. And then they dug the canal out and stuff. And then there's the ruins of Charlestown. And there's the Charles River, there's the Mystic River. Yeah, this is all filled in, guys. It's all filled in. And yeah. So this is looking at the city. That map's looking at the city from like this reference point. So here, look at the difference. I'm going to try to move it into position. Yeah, a little different, huh? Didn't think it'd be me? Excuse me? I didn't think it'd be... I said that because it sounded like a movie thing. I didn't mean anything by it. I didn't think it would be you, man. You betrayed me. No. No, thanks for the link, dude. I was going to go looking for it, but I thought somebody would link it up. Pretty crazy, right? But anyway, we got to get back to our airport project. So, the planes use the runways. Now, I'm going to try to see if we have thinner runways. We have the approach runway signs. We did all that. Okay, here's the different runways. There's got to be different sizes. Oh. There's got to be different sizes of runways. Have you taken any particular inspiration from airports? I tried to build this airport into the natural terrain style. I'm not really taking reference from any particular like airport or runway. Yeah. I used some reference from Logan, some from Schiphol, some from SeaTac. I'm just kind of taking reference from different airports. More or less, the only thing that this airport is kind of based off of is the fact that I tried to build it in a similar manner that they would have built an airport in the Pacific Northwest, because Fairlane is based off of like Seattle or Portland. It's supposed to look like PNW, real PNW style. Nobody ever says that. So because I tried to build it that way, I kind of took some reference for like where the Portland airport is near the river confluence, and kind of went from there. Yeah, that's about it. Yonderford, what's that? Here's a photo of Logan during the 1930s. You can see Governor's Island. Yep. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Yonder. Yeah, see? It started, so Logan Airport started as a flying club. It was just a flying club that enjoyed flying planes, and they flew them out in the outer harbor where they wouldn't bother anybody. And then that became the airport. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. Starting to fill that in. There's Governor's Island out there. Yeah, so Governor's Island, I think, would have been over here. It's really easy to spot what's man-made and what was kind of built in. The man-made stuff is super straight, right? The remnants of Governor's Island is right here. That's definitely not man-made. See what I'm talking about? This is all remnants of the island and the sandbar. This is all man-made. How's your interchange faring? It works just fine. But yeah, I think that picture yonder was like taken right around here. And I think those hangars in that road are right here. If I'm looking at that picture right. Because you could see East Boston right there. And then you could see the train tracks right there. See the tracks? Dead giveaway. That's the blue line. Or what would be the blue line now. See? Airport. Pretty sure that was like right here, actually. Now that I'm really looking at it. Let's look. See if we can match up some buildings. Because East Boston is very old. There's a lot of old buildings in there. Alright. Let's see if we can match those three buildings. Ready? That looks like one of them right there. Yeah. See those buildings right there? 3 levels, stone facade with brick on top, chimney on the left, roof access on the right. Roof access, chimney, that's one of them. 3 levels with a stone facade right there. That's that building. Isn't that crazy? I love doing stuff like this. This makes me happy. See, one of those buildings is there, the other ones aren't. So you could barely see that there's a slight darker pixel right at the tip of my mouse. You guys probably can't see it on the damn screen. But yeah, that's that building right there, which makes that this road. There's the train tracks. I wonder if any of these hangars are still here. That would mean that the hangars would have been like right where the football field is. Nah, no way. Those are long gone. But yeah, there's the tracks. The tracks take a slight turn, and that's 2 blocks in. Tracks take a slight turn, 1, 2 blocks in. Yeah, that's that building. Holy crap, dude. That's really cool. That is that building. It lines up perfectly. But yeah, there's a football field. Massachusetts National Guard. There's a football field right where this stuff is nowadays. And Route 1 would go right here. Weird, man. Good find, Yonder. How you doing today, big guy? I'm good, Judo. I bet you're thinking about it. If you made a direct rail connection from the airport to the central station in the heart of the city, you can make major bank. Agreed. Yeah, Sneaky, I built my big terminal with a train station. And then the tracks are probably going to run over here because there's train tracks already right here. And this train track intersection right here literally goes right into the heart of the city. This side, well, a little bit closer to the airport and not having to go all the way around, doesn't really have a track that goes out in that direction. But hey, maybe it's time for some light rail action. I purposely put this big freaking station here and I never finished it. It only has an outside connection and it has a bunch of extra tracks for a very good reason. To help alleviate traffic by adding more light rail lines in. I think so, Sneaky, yeah. I read that you need to keep cargo and commercial on separate rail. Same is true in real life, Sun Temple. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's try to find our runway heading. Where's the sun? So sun's over there. Well, we gotta wait till a sunset. Guys, when you see a sunset, tell me. Because the sun rises in the east, sets in the west, so we can get an approximate heading. What's the plan with Epcot? Is it done? I actually haven't made the airport for it, Alleviate. MSC today? Yes. Didn't they add specific airport metro and trains? Yeah. Oh yeah, we're gonna dive into that. And I added a bus station for the Terminal A expansion. So we got a bus station and a train station. The bus station will initially be connected into the service roads, which is what it's connected into. Service roads are anything that's on ground level. But these roads are not going to be able to handle the threshold of all those buses. I really want to connect the bus loop into the highways. But we'll figure out how to do that. You play with the night on? Yeah. Of course. Okay, sun's going down. Where is it? So that's west. East? I thought you said west. So if that's west, right, we'll line up with the shadow here. Let me just, once again, take my handy dandy footpaths. I'm just trying to find a good place to draw it. Turn off road guidelines. I'm using the tower's shadow as an indicator. So if that's east-west, right? That means 90 degrees off that is north and south. So let's get rid of those. And then there you go. There's your indicator for north for the most part. Okay, excellent. The handy dandy notebook. And then we sit down in our thinking chair. Don't ask me why I know that. Couldn't tell you why I know that. Okay. Why do I know that? That's very weird. But I do have pretty good recall, so. I watched Blue's Clues once, 20 years ago. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. Let's get to sunset. Yeah, okay. That's a pretty good indicator for north. I mean, it's not too crazy, but like, that's not, like, super precise. Now the shadow looks like it's pointed in the wrong direction. Oh, the sun's going down over there. So, okay, a little bit on orbital mechanics here, if you know this. So the sun's going down and to the right. Sun's going down and to the right. That means we are at a relatively high latitude. I'm going to guess north latitude, right? Because it's August 26th, so that means we're in the summertime. Yeah, we're at a high north latitude. Well, a north latitude that's above like 30 or 40 degrees north. If I'm thinking about that right. So the sun's going down to the right, which means we're north. Which matches the climate. This is temperate climate. And what's the temperature? It's 54 Fahrenheit in the middle of August. How far north is this damn airport? This is like in Canada almost. judging by the way the sun is moving. And I get it. It probably doesn't mean dick. There's no way the guys in cities thought of any of this. What can you tell me about KSP2 to hype it up? Other solar systems. We are way north. Like way north. 54 at during sunset in the summer. It's August 30th. We're far more north than Boston. Yeah, that's even cold for Canada. Yeah, judging by the numbers, guys, our city's like up here somewhere. Like this is like Calgary or something, or Edmonton. Yeah, that's how far north we are. And what's the north latitude here? 53 north. Singularity, I always want to make sure that I got this right. So, I know that Edmonton is Alberta. There's Vancouver. There's BC. So, it's BC, Alberta. I always get Manitoba and Saskatchewan mixed up. Sask first, Manitoba. Then there's Ontario, Quebec, Nova Scotia, PEI. And then up here, I forget the names of those guys up there. There's nothing up there. I mean, Nunavut territory, right? Missed New Brunswick. Damn it. You were right until the end. Crap. New Brunswick up here? I like geography, Judo. I do. I like geography a lot. New Brunswick and Newfoundland. Yeah, that's right. There you go. There you go. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. I gotta turn the borders on. Labels. Quebec, New Brunswick, PEI, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and Labrador. Why is PEI so small compared to everything else? I'm confused. Why? The provinces are so tiny over here, and they're, well, I suppose the same could be said for us, so. It's like our Rhode Island. Got it. You can't just ask why it's so small. They forgot to set it to Wumbo. Yeah, clearly. Check what time the sunset is. Also, that will tell how far north you are. Is there a time in game? I mean, it shows that we're like maybe 3/4 through the day. So what's 3/4 through the day? 24 divided by 4, idiot. 12 plus 6, so it's 1800. So it's 6 o'clock. Why did it take me so long to figure that one out? That's worse than not getting the geography right. So sunset's at 6 in the middle of the day? Or, not in the middle of the day. Sunset's at 6 in the middle of the summer. Wow, we are way north. Like, way north. Yeah, this is... Here, let's figure something out. Edmonton sunset times. That's way north for me, Tri-Winner. Shut up. Yeah, no. Further north than Edmonton. Okay, so I'm starting to think that the sunrise and sunset might be correlative to sunrise and sunset that's of some place that's very, 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 very far north. Like Finland, for instance, where the game was developed. Further south? Further north in the summer, the more sun you'll get. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. I had it backwards. So... yeah, but the climate doesn't match. I'm confused. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You get more daylight going north. Yeah, during the summer months. Dude, where the hell are we? I think we might be in the ocean, guys. I don't think there's a city that matches this. No, Genesis, it doesn't. I wanted to see if it does, but it clearly doesn't. We're in like Australia or something, but everybody's driving on the other side of the road comparatively to Australia. We could be in South America, but where in South America is a temperate climate? Maybe down in like Argentina? Like down here somewhere? That would be my guess. It's either here. Yeah, it's got to be South America because it can't be Australia or New Zealand, right? And it's mountainous. So like Uruguay or Argentina or something like that. Yeah, we gotta be, because the sun is going down early. Sun's going down early in the summer in August. So that, yeah, we're Southern Hemisphere, you guys. I think you're right. Anyway, alright. Well, that's good to know. But I still think our north indicator is right. Because the sun went down into the right. Nice sunset, though, by the way. Here, look at that. It's pretty cool. Sunset around Cairo is around 1830 in August. Check Buenos Aires. Yeah. Here, you guys check it. I want to finish. I want to keep building our runways. So if you're tuning in, you're wondering what the hell's going on. We figured out that some of the mods for airport, some of the airport parts packs have runways that the planes actually use. So like I have a non-indicated runway right here, right? And I'm going to replace the runways with it. Interesting, Panda Man. Yeah. Yeah, Cristiano, yeah. Very weird. Anyway. So, I also have all my markers and heading numbers and whatnot that we'll place down on the runway, and we'll make sure we place it right. It's a very strange-looking airplane. Ah, yes. Somebody make this in Kerbal. That top wing isn't going to do anything. Alright, well, I'm trying to see if we have any smaller runways. We have the Jokes Modular Airport runway, which is... that's incorrect hash marks. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. There's 11 hash marks, which means that this runway is 125 feet wide. Yeah, that's... yeah, no. We're going to indicate the runways correctly. Yeah, Dead Crew. So, yeah, we might be around there. Extend your north line to intersect the runway. Take the angle that it gets you. Subtract from 360 and you should get the runway azimuth. Yeah, that should be pretty easy. I'm just going to call that due north and we'll call it a day stroker. But yeah, exactly. If I go in here like this, and we take this and we turn road guidelines on, right? And then I make a footpath that connects the cells that's parallel to the runway, right? And then we try to connect it. $159 degrees, so 16, right? So, new asset for the airport. What's that, Nemeko? Concord? We should, shouldn't we? Temps line up as well. So yeah, we're in the southern hemisphere. So this is like Buenos Aires or something. Cool. Good to know. I've been treating it like the Pacific Northwest. So we have 16. No, 16 would be this way. 16 is going this way. So we gotta use move it tool. Elon is at it again. What's that? Nice, goalie. So 16. This would be runway 2. Sorry, Elon tweets are messing with my head. You know what? Before we get into naming the runways, hang on. Before we get into, well, numbering the runways and whatnot, I really don't want all my runways to be super wide like this, but if we have to, we have to. So, yeah, look at that, non-indicated runway. Yeah, Quarter, sometimes when I try to do math on stream, my brain just goes, literally makes that noise. I think I might smell some, like, burnt toast. Alright, so I'm going to pause. Well, no, I don't want to pause for a second. I'm just going to put that taxiway under construction for a moment. And then what I want to see now is if the game lands planes on the other runway. Let's belt that out there, right? Now we have a datum for the runway where that connects in. Now, I think I used, for the other runway, we used dark asphalt. So, cool thing is, guys, we figured out that you can use... you can use the packs here. I think that's the right one. Nope, that one doesn't have any indicators on it. You can use the packs to make runways. Some of the expansion packs, they use the same code from what I can understand. So that's actually pretty cool. So I'm going to redo my runways, and we're going to make them look real good. I look good. Real good. Hey, everybody. Come see how good I look. Anyway. So that's what we're going to do here. Let me... just get rid of that for a second. Yeah, excellent. We're gonna do a slight displace threshold right here, and then we'll make the taxiways go in. And then the cool thing about it is that these runways here have, you can make runoff taxiways, which is really, really, really cool. So, like, you don't only need, like, one taxiway connected at the front and back. We said earlier, or 2 days ago, when we first cranked this thing open, that, you know, we would... Hang on one second. We said when we cranked this thing 2 days ago, you know, that somebody will mod the content in, but the content was literally already... It's already there. Now we have to... Oh. Okay. I see what this is doing. Hang on one second. And now I need to go... We need to do our displace threshold right there. There we go. Cool. Excellent. Where's the blue area? We'll work on it. Plums, were you the one that helped me figure out what that dang blue area did? I think that was you. Yesterday. I don't know, man. These last couple of days have been a blur for me. The feeling of gray matter oozing out of your ears. Can you build actual runways now? Yeah, RJ, one of the mods. Oh, we used medium asphalt and not dark asphalt. Ah, they look cool when they're different colors. Alright, so let's just make sure that the planes are pathing correctly to the runways. Whoa, something is weird. Oh, I see what's going on. Hold on one second, dudes. Hold on a minute. Something weird is happening because, Watch what happens. That plane will... Oh, no. Where's it going? Yeah, it thinks that's runway now. Oh, okay. All right. Remember how we said there was certain code governing, like, how the runway works? Well, there's a reason why the runway tool, A, is one way, and B, why you have to make it really long. Because if I make a little bit of runway and connect and stop here, and then I extend it again, it'll recognize the first placed bit like this as the runway. So it's going to recognize that as the runway now. And that's not, well, that runway has no markers on it, so that's not exactly what I want. So you got to make the thing a certain length or else it's not going to work. So now if we look at the route traffic, we unpause the game. No one's going to be pathing to that runway just yet. Give it a moment. Yeah, exactly, Sneaky. Yeah, it's the airplane, the code that governs the airplanes. Yeah, see, now no one's landing on this runway. I wonder why that's going on. Well, let's give it a second and see if it all works correctly. Yeah, they're only using the other runway right now. Yeah, Aqua, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I think so. I think we gotta reattach the taxiway. It doesn't think I have a runway anymore because, oh, okay. Okay. As long as it has no connection, I don't think anybody's gonna do anything with it. Okay, this, I gotta remake it. Hang on. Oh, hi, Airbus. What's new with you? Alright, sometimes just remaking the thing fixes it. Yep, Well, Sneaky, no, they're working. I got it. Well, we got this runway to work. So what was the difference between building this runway and this runway? I built this one in pieces, so it wasn't registering it as a runway. And then the taxiways were... Hang on. This plane is gonna go down this taxiway. What is this thing gonna do? Because it has that marked as the end of the runway. Let's see what it does. It might just take off. It might just VTOL right out of here. Ready? Nice. It's just like, nope. Go for launch. Yeah! That TWR, though. Yeah, okay. So see that right there? That's the reason why you have to make the runways and the taxiways the way that you do with the airport DLC, so it doesn't do that. That's the reason why they did that. Any questions? There's a reason why, and that is absolutely the reason. Now, all right, I got another question here. Now, what happens if we take some of the modded taxiways? And we connect the, oh. No, not that one. What if we take the modded taxiways and... Well, the planes are landing on it just fine, but for whatever reason, this first cell... That first cell I messed with the Move It tool. Oh, okay, hang on. Come on, 747, get off the runway. Exit runway, please. Alright, so now let's experiment a little bit. No, that's an elevated two-way. That's not what I wanted. See, it really doesn't like snapping to these. Oh, back up. Nope. Yep, go around. Go another direction. So now what happens if we make a two-way runway? We're about to break it. It's gonna be very unhappy here in a moment. Alright, so now I'm not going to mess with the Move It tool at all. Let's see what this does. Anything pathing to this runway? Elon tweet of more what? Canadian truckers rule. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that's really... Smirks just... Yeah, you might want to just forget that you link that. Yeah, let's just forget that. Yep. Yep. Nope. Not appropriate for the stream. Let's just keep talking about airports. Okie dokie. Any pathing to this? Is he on another bender today? What does it mean? Yeah, so fellas, there's this. It's too Rule 8, man. I don't want to talk about it. It's super Rule 8, dudes. There's a protest going on with trucking in Canada. I don't want to talk about it. Go look it up yourself. I'm not going to tell you what's going on. You guys go figure that one out if you're curious. I don't want to. Please don't make me. Yeah, it's super Rule 8 stuff. Yeah, you don't want. That's not appropriate for the stream, you know. Yeah, he's Rule 8 crap posting again. That one will stir up the hive. Let me tell you that right now. Didn't know it was Rule 8. Yeah, it's all good, dude. Yeah, say it? Nah, it's... You guys go look it up. Yeah, okay, so it's still registering. It's like it offsets one cell here. Okay, alright, let's... But it was still... The cool thing is that it was still using that two-way air... It was still using the two-way runway, which is cool. So, that means if we go... like one cell further... and make the runway go right there, right? And then, just like the runways that are in game that you have to connect the taxiway to, right? You offset via one cell, right? Like that. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it worked. It pathed to it, which is, you know, that's progress. We're figuring out how this works. All right, what are you gonna do? Okay. So you got to offset it by one cell for taking off, right? That's what I'm getting from this. So, give me the footpaths. Footpaths once again, because I need the center line for the runway, and the only place I have it is over here. Turn off road guidelines. Make sure we're 90 degrees, right? Okay, so delete one cell, and we'll use road guidelines again with the runway. Just turn on road guidelines here. It won't let me do that in the runway menu. And we start. And then let's see if we can place... See if we can place it like that. Alright, now let's go back, connect the taxiway in, right? We're one cell removed. Alright, let's see what this does. I think that's a one-way runway now. VTOL commercial jets when? Yeah, Dave, that'd be a little bit difficult to do. VTOLs aren't very fuel efficient, and everybody has a huge hard-on for making planes more fuel efficient nowadays. VTOLs do the opposite of that. So unless you had a way to make the plane fly through the air better, to offset the fact that you use so much fuel doing this, going up like that, then yeah, it's probably not going to happen. It's a two-way runway. The planes don't know where the start or the end of the runway is. Okay, all right, yeah. But also, it's not. I changed it back to a one-way. Nice. Alright, let's see if any planes are going to path to... Yes! There we go! Okay, one cell removed, right? One-way runway. And then we could just paint it like a two-way runway. And it seems to path just fine. You should make an underground runway. Okay, so I'm going to save because now both of the runways are working. The Bond's names, James' names. Call the Bondulance. I'm having a strunk. We can change the way the planes fly. We can change the plane routes, and we can make it so they can line up with a route. Why is the terminal not happy? I shut it off. It's not being used. Half of the terminal is off right now. Alright, let's see. This plane is set up. Maple Air. Oh boy. Oh yeah, bud. Look at that plane there. That's a really nice plane there, guy. Oh yeah, look at that. It's got you know, the maple leaf on the back. Oh yeah, that's really good. Oh yeah, go down that runway there, bud. Sorry, but we're leaving. We're out. See you later. Oh yeah, look at that plane take off. Oh yeah, it's very good. You know, good day for Canada, therefore the world. Have you seen the Sean Connery interview where is he explaining when it's appropriate to slap a woman around? No, that doesn't really seem like something I'd be interested in, to be honest with you. About time we got a good airline up there, bud. Yeah, they serve poutine on that one. Very good. Oh yeah, it's really good. Freaking legends there. Oh yeah, look at this one. These are this is Starship Tile Airlines right there. Yeah, they're really good. See, you can tell they got a bunch of Starship tiles on the back there. Serves poutine, yeah, Putin, yeah, Oh yeah, Target Air. They're kind of discount, kind of a discount airline, to be honest with you, there, bud. All right, let's find some concrete taxiways. We need to find the taxiway with the C. Oh, no, not that one. Nope, not that one either. What is this one? Oh, there you go, bud. That's much better. Does Air Canada fly Bombardier jets? Probably. Now, you know what's cool? We already know that, the planes can use the taxiways. They pick up on it. So, I wonder what happens if we just start replacing these taxiways here. I mean, it's gonna undo some of my brush work that we did to make the airport look nice. Yeah, it leaves... Oh. Yeah. There seems to be a little bit of seamage going on here. Okay. It seems like it doesn't really mind when... Like, it leaves a little bit of a seam in certain areas, but it doesn't really mind a lot of this. So as long as we transition the taxiways in the right spot, it should be okay. Oh, mint. Yeah, see? That's cool. A lot of airports sometimes have different materials too, so that's actually really neat. We can make some pretty awesome stuff with this. And then that combined with the brush pack, we can, yeah, this is gonna be, it's gonna be awesome, actually. Except for that. That's not awesome. I'm wondering, though. Yeah, that's cool. Dude, I'm kind of amazed at how well this all jives together. That's really neat, actually. This gives us way more customizability. Like, look, I think that's cool, having two different taxiways. Like, not all the taxiways at an airport are going to be the same. Because, you know, different parts of the airport were built at different times, etc., etc. That's really freaking cool. Hey, Postal, what's going on? So now what we can do is we're going to need dark asphalt. Dark asphalt, no markings. That's taxiway. That's cool because this mod pack has all the indicators to tell you what it is. Dark asphalt, ground runway line one way. Dark asphalt, ground runway two way. If we do this, right? Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Take the cell indicators here. Match the height. Oh. Yeah, it didn't like that. I'm trying to just make the threshold displacement look right. There we go. That'll work. Doing good, enjoying the stream. Thanks, man. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, this is cool, man. I'm really, really, really liking this. You can do some really cool things with the mods. It's just blowing my mind, guys, that the mods are straight up working. They're straight up working right out of the box, which is pretty cool. Like, there's some things that are a little weird, but it comes down to how you place it. Which, once again, that's just really, really freaking cool. Yeah, in order to not get a lot of seamage going in here. Yeah, we need that. There we go. Will you put lights on the runway? Yeah, of course. Oh, hell dare, I'm going to put all the indicators. We're going to have all the right indicators. The airport pack comes with all the right indicators to make the runway correct. Runway heading numbers, threshold, hash marks, left, center, right. We don't need any of these right now because we have no parallel runways. But yeah, I placed them all down over here so we can use them, so I can just pick them up as we need it, so I don't have to go looking through the menu. I basically make a palette. Yeah, so like, yes, these will have runway lights. Here, actually, let's see what type of runway lights we have. Those are the approach lights. Runway threshold prop. What is this? TDZ lights. Yeah, I don't know what those are. What color is the runway? lights again? White? Yellow, white. You should leave some grass patches for dogs. Oh, all right, John. Yeah, we could do that later. Can you put yellow or red hold lines on the taxiway? Yes. Yeah. I have that. We have all that stuff in here. They're actually threshold lines. They're in here. Okay, there's the ground. There's the ground lights. Runway light in the ground. Center marker line for the runway. Aim marker, 100, 150, 60. Okay. Threshold lights. Runway guard lights. Wonder if they're on. Basic runway light. Yeah, we can use that one. Oh, lines. The taxiways already have lights in them. Or at least some of them do. The expansion... The DLC has the lights, the taxiway lights on them already. My other taxiways, the mod pack taxiways do not, so might be easier in the long run to, yeah. Runway is white, but the last 100 feet, 1,000 feet is amber and yellow. Okay. So there's the runway lights right there. And then if I go back over here, Rabbit, here, check this out. Runway light, yellow, white. And runway light, yellow, red. Oh, that's cool, Bandit, I guess. I mean, let's see how much they retain from that, dude. That's going to be the important one. So check this out. We can, yeah, somebody made it as a tool, like a fence tool, where you can drag the lights on the side of the runway. That's super useful. We'll probably end up using that. Here we go. What are these? Oh, external lights. There's the landing lights. Officially FAA marking standards. Yeah. Yeah, okay, here. I already have the quick markers here, but this one will be good as well. Yeah, I know that this pack has everything that we need. Start light. Approach lights. Center line measuring tool. And then we have all the approach and arrows and stuff. We got all that. Let's see what else there is. I think that's all of it. Let's see if we can just sort by ploppable. See last. What's up, geek? Give me flashbacks to your annual airfield driving test. Yeah, there's the Pappy right there. Actually, hang on. Papo. Bingo. We're gonna need that. Oh, you have to have a road connected to it? Ew. Yeah. Well, that's the price we pay for these runways, you know what I mean? That's the price we pay if we don't want it to do it for us, we gotta do it ourselves. That's okay, I don't have a problem with that. Does it count the runway as a road? Not sure. Okay, so the first thing we should do is, let's go threshold. What the heck is this? The reel is used to positively identify the threshold. There's no need to raise it. This light matches the sequence of FL and SF16. I don't know what that means. Hey Spoon, what's going on? Yeah, I don't know what that means. Nope. Well, we're gonna need our threshold markings. This is clearly 150. Clearly 150 foot runway, and it starts right there. So there's that. All right, now let's go down the other side, and I'm gonna mark the same thing. We have 150 foot wide runway, and there. Now we need a line. I need to put a line that crosses here, so center line. So that's the center line measuring tool. I'm pretty sure we can... Airplane. Another airplane. Doesn't really like those to be any higher. Runway and identification lights. Oh, cool. Thanks, man. I don't know if that's what we... Like, there should be a huge white line that goes across here. And I don't think... Yeah, it doesn't put it there, so... We have the thresholds, right? We have the runway thresholds, but the thing about the runway thresholds is that it's really not designed for a runway this big. It's too wide. But there might be a reason for that. Or the runway is too wide. There might be a reason. We might have to put the right indicators on. Let me go over here, and I'll just pick a runway out. Just use Florida. It doesn't matter. They're all the same anyway. Yeah, see, I need the line right there for this to be right. Oh, okay, I see. These are part of those threshold lights are part of something bigger. I got it. And then there's those are the real lights right there, REIL, runway and identifier lights right there. Okay. I'm just gonna put some work lights out here. So we can see what we're messing with. Now, yeah, we gotta have a... The runway end lights I don't think are that, dude. And those ones don't seem to work, so... We do have glide slope indicators. But I don't think those are... I don't think the mod is working right. That needs to have a road. Of course it does. American Legacy, painted in Pan Am livery. Nice touch. Don't hate that. Airport runway 2 meter. 12 meter. Oh, look. Look, look, look. Bingo. And then we have the stop bars too. We could put the stop bars in. Which is pretty rad. Yellow. So we have small, medium, and large gates, just like the mod does. Or just like the DLC does. CS Airlines. Gee, I wonder what that's supposed to be. Man, some of these plane models that they added are... I don't know if this is the... No, that's from the workshop. These are all from the workshop. The little indicator tells you. What's this? Cargo stop? Okay. Hot air balloon tours. Oh yeah, Maple Air. There they are again there, bud. Jet stairs. There's the Aviation Museum. Yeah, that's part of Sunset Harbor. There's the concourse. Small airport terminal. Okay. There's stairs and stuff. We already have the stairs somewhere else. I put them down. Oh, nice. Cargo pallets. Fuel trucks. Dude, this is awesome. I love all the airport parts placement stuff that you can put down. It's so freaking cool. Excuse me. You've been trying to find those? I love... What is this thing called? Find It 2.77 is what this thing is called. Yeah, you can access individual assets, stuff that you can't access from the default menus. Oh, that's so freaking good, man. That's so cool. Now look, the platform oh god, the red zone is for immediate loading and unloading of passengers only. There is no parking in the red zone. We have the taxiway guard already down. We have the radar down. Cool. Yeah, we're gonna place down some gnarly FBO stuff over here. It's a negative, Ghost Rider. Circuit is closed. Yeah, I think this MD-11's missing some parts. Yeah, that's right. We have the junk planes. Glide slope. Glide slope indicators, dudes. Yeah, we should put those down, but is there any difference? They all look the same to me. I think they're probably the light timing on them is different. Yeah, place them in sequence. Okay, cool. We could probably put a new tower down because these towers are too small for an airport this big. Still trying to find that damn runway center line. Here, let's try RW. RW underscore. These lights aren't big enough. Yeah, there's an asset pack by a user on the workshop called Vasmir22. Yeah. It's really good. Here, I'll show you. That's what all this stuff is. That's not part of the DLC, guys. You gotta find it. Yeah, see? Oh, Vasimir. There it is. This guy. His airport parts packs are amazing. Runways and taxiways and stuff. Follow this man? Alright. I have one of his parts packs in here. I just don't know which one it is. But I have all this stuff. We have the VOR antenna, and it says I'm not subbed to it because I'm probably subscribed to the pack. Oh, there's a de-icer. Yeah, see? Offsite airport runway approach light. See, his lights are turning on. ILS localizer. We have the ILS localizer. I have all the pushback trucks. And we have jetways for days here. I have all this. This may help as well. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out threshold stuff here. Can you not just use the width indicator but rotated to just kind of fake it? We might be able to use the center line markers. No, those are too wide for the approach. No. It's a super thick line, see? Very thick, so you can blatantly see the end of it. That's on purpose. So maybe these thicker ones will do us right. Here, let's try. Oh, hi 747. Yeah, that'll work. That's an aim marker, but yeah, give me this. Give me this guy. And let's just copy it. And paste it there. And now copy it again. Go down to the other end of the runway. Actually, just put it there for a moment. We gotta... That's the end of the runway threshold, so... Let me go all the way over here and give where I want to put a displaced threshold on the other side. There we go. Planes ain't really going to use this. They're going to take off before the end of the runway. Right? Let's see. Sweet. So now, take this. Sweet. All right, we're labeled correctly. Excellent. The runway thresholds are labeled right. Perfect. So now we need the runway end identifier lights. Those should be on the left sides, right? Left and right. Can I get a link to that guy's workshop page? VASIMR22. Here. There you go. That should get it. Pick what you want. I found a parts pack somewhere that had all this guy's stuff in it. I just don't know where the heck I don't know what it is. I'd have to go into my subscribed items and find it. But I have all of this stuff. I know because I'm placing it in the game.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It really makes a difference. Like that airport stairs pack that I just saw. Hey, Antisaint, 57-month resub. Thanks, man. The taxiway sign pack. We've been placing all this stuff. We know that we have that. Right? These are the same pieces. Yeah. Click the collections tab at the top of the pack. Yeah, see? I have all these. There it is. I have all this stuff. See, we're all subscribed to it. This is the pack that I have. Airport props. I will copy this and I'll paste it right there. You guys can download it if you want. This pack is awesome. It's so cool. You can do a bunch of cool stuff with it, like what I'm doing right now. Get the other ones too. Anytime I subscribe to something with cities running, the game really doesn't like it for some reason. All right, time for more ground school. Time to learn charts. All right, man, have fun. All right, so the next thing we have is the number indicator and then the runway type, or the parallel indicator. And then we have 3 hash marks, main hash, 2 hash, 2 hash, 1 hash, 1 hash. These are distances from the runway threshold, if I'm remembering right. $500, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500. 3,000. Ooh, we're gonna have to measure that. Get the other ones too, plus restart. What are the other ones? What's niche aircraft? 328, BA 146, 767, 47, 37, A380. CRJ 200. CRJ 900. Oh, general aviation stuff. Ooh, yeah, I might do this. Yeah. This has a... Look at all the freaking planes, man. It keeps going and going and going and going. Nothing outlasts the end. Crazy. I don't think I necessarily need the airport building packs. The small ATC stuff, if there's any general aviation parts in here, I might do it. Yeah, because I wanted to make a general aviation area. For like, general aviation, for the people that don't know, is like small planes. Like, just general aviation, not like non-commercial. Get them all! Let's finish what we're doing. Alright, so north is this way, right? So this would be 36 and 18. So we're shifted. So iBuy was helping me with this. What's this runway shifted by? Let's check. 20 degrees. So what is that? Runway 2, right? 2? Zero 2, and then what's the opposite of 0 2? No, it wouldn't be 34 because we're 180 degrees, Sneaky. So it's not that. It would be 20. 34 and 16. Well, wouldn't 34 and 16 be this way? That would be a runway going this way. Yeah, so 2 and 20. That's what it would be. Yeah, that's just a weird coincidence. All right. Now, would the 2 be lone? The 2 would be by itself. Yeah, it wouldn't be 0 2, it would just be 2. So just that. It's 2 for north-northeast and 20 for south-southwest. Got it. So this guy is coming all the way back here. Kind of annoying to have the runway, have the taxiways join in right after a threshold. It's probably not. I mean, that's the place to put it. That's where it would go. Hang on. I'm going to see if we have a dark asphalt taxiway so this doesn't look as weird. Much better. Yeah, that's right. This would be down here, wouldn't it? Got to do the same thing. Okay. And then 20. You guys come down here with me. I think those are a little too close to each other. Nope. Hey! 20! Okay! Yeah, play. It's really good. Actually, that is pretty right. Okay, so the next thing that we are going to need is the landing indicators. But we need to get the length of this runway that we're running right here. How are we going to do that? Do we have any distance measuring? Oh, frick. Oh, frick. Do we have any distance measuring stuff, dudes? Oh, no. The measure it mod? I use cost to get distance. Well, how do you know how long a distance is, though, Hilness? How are you going to get cost from that? Honest question. Eyeball it because I think this runway is kind of short. It is, isn't it? Yeah, now that I'm looking at it, it is short. Yeah, I know. I'm getting basic runway indicators done first. Precision engineering? Yeah. Huh. Huh. Measure it? Alright, let me save. We'll save what we have thus far. So, I'm going to put all the main indicators on the runway, right? And then we'll put the lights on it, and then we'll get the threshold indicators and stuff. Yeah, Ivan, I'll just get the measure it tool, honestly. Here, let's go here, and then let me go back into Steam here. Workshop. Measure it. There we go. Back out. His stuff doesn't show up. If you just type his name in, but that's probably why we're not... So... Airport cement slab pack... Line network line pack. We have the. I know I have this. I saw this the other day. We have that stuff in there. Yeah, see, we're subscribed to that. Network lights. Yep, also sub to that. Airport approach light system pack. We're subscribed to this too. How come the lights don't turn on? These assets do not contain the approach light system buildings. It only contains the light needed by the building. Please subscribe to this asset to get the buildings. We're subscribed to that as well. I have all these, man. Yeah, Jacobs. It has to have the taxi stamp on it. Doesn't it show cost tile for roads? Yeah. Do you have problems with overcrowded airports and stands? Well, yeah, German, of course. You got to build a lot of taxiways. Notice, like, this is why I've been doing research, man, because I don't know. See how there's 2 taxiways right here? There's a really good reason for that. Because traffic is absolutely a thing. Ask any pilot that's ever flown into JFK before, or LaGuardia. They know. See these relief areas? So this is so planes can go around another plane. Like, they have double taxiways. The taxiways are always double wide because it's like a highway. Traffic going this way, traffic going that way. Double up your taxiways. That's what I've noticed with all this stuff. You can double the taxiways up and it really helps. On the right side at required items, anim UV. Okay. Required items, required items, required items. Am I dumb? Am I stupid? Previous one. Required items. Adaptive prop visibility. Oh, please. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. That's going to be really useful because some of the runway dereses. Animation UV parameters and UK electrical box. Yeah, whatever. That should get my lights to work, yeah? Did Homeboy include the electrical diagrams here? Oh no, just placement diagrams. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, we're doing this. Yeah, we're doing this. He has all the diagrams. This guy's a legend. Get the planes pack too. Niche aircraft. You want this one? Subscribe to all. That's going to take a long time to download everything. Yeah. Second to last. Что? Also, may I suggest toggleable whiteness so you can actually see what you're building instead of everything being white? Toggleable whiteness. Huh. That doesn't bother me. I mean... Ooh, airport dollies. Okay, we got everything. And, dude, look. Man, that's a big mod. Jeez. I'm not sure what you mean, Vasi. Like, what? I don't have any problems placing things. ALS strobe animation. Yeah, the airport assets pack took forever to download, dude. I think that's why I can't use the workshop in game because it gets all messed up. Anything else? Oh. Yeah. Parking garages. We're going to need a new parking structure for the new airport. What the heck? Parking garage roads. Oh, that's so cool. Dude, there's so much good stuff for this. I can't, like, oh my goodness. Something to measure distances? I already got measure it, Nemetko, yeah. Do you have a mod that adds more realistic looking trains? I know you have one for cars. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Amtrak train parts. Let's, I always find it better to sort by, most popular stuff. Oh, dude. Hong Kong's Tower. That's cool. Oh my goodness. There's so much good stuff in here. Most popular parking garage of all time. Sweet. The parking garage will unlock with parts. It can be found in the roads menu under the maintenance tab. This is a functional parking garage that has 256 parking spaces. No codependencies. Yeah, I know the KSP modding community is better than this. I know most of them, S. Downtown parking garage. Oh, no. Get that Toyota logo off of there. What are you doing? Oh, glorious Nihon parking garage. Whoa. That's a... Look at all these. Okay. Spots. Dude, this game's amazing. Cities is the gift that keeps on giving, dudes. It's the gift that keeps on giving. You know what? Just give me the standard parking garage. We'll go from there. Yeah, KSP, Minecraft modding communities. The Mike's Packs lets you build your own custom garages. Where? Mike's Pack? Yeah, Seto is a lot of good stuff. There's, dude, it's cool. Like, that's, dude, like, if you're gonna make a game like this, it has to be moddable. I think the train simulator people are out of their mind for not opening up that game for mods. I think they're really missing out. Parking garage, Mike. So, Mike's parking garage. Is this the one you're talking about? Oh god, okay, don't kill me. Oh, that might be a little too much for me. Oh man, oh, that's a rabbit hole in itself. I'd spend freaking days making a freaking parking lot. Alright, you sold me. We need parking garages. Parking lots is something that I don't think the stock game ever got correctly. Parking lots need love too. Alright. Alright, that's enough. We got our measuring tool. Let's play cities. Just on a side note, this parking lot, this overflow parking lot, is an awesome place to watch planes land because you're literally right next to the runway. Why is this game so damn good, man? Orlando, Mr. Failures. Hey, Laserman, what's going on? Here, let's get in the mood. Ready? Let's get in the mood to build an airport. Now we're good. Mostly quality content. Wait, what? Lowrider, Donnie. Nah, I can't play the song, man. People will get mad. I would love to. I'd love to sit here and jam. You just got to learn how to play it? Yeah. Yeah, right. Rip Neil. Neil isn't dead in my mind, Salt. He just went home, okay? No, Elvis is not dead. Just went home. What's that play? Let me see. Oh, very nice. Yes. Yes. He just left the building. Oh, it didn't like this. The Dash 8. Something's wrong with the Dash 8 mod. It's really loud. Not right. I'll have to learn that. Probably gonna do that off stream. People don't like sitting and watching you learn guitar. People like hearing you play guitar. That's something that I've noticed. Alright, so we're back in. We need to measure the length of this runway. Where's our measure it tool? I don't know where that is. Workshop. How do I use this? C, F, C, 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 F. Yeah, okay. Squid, that shouldn't be... Yeah, F sharp, that shouldn't be too hard. But I don't think that guitar is in tune. I haven't played in a little bit. Three on the A string, two on the E string. Well, this is loading. Hold on. Sorry. I think you got it, man. I think that's right. That sounds correct to me. So, okay, I already said this a second ago, but if you don't know why, you don't know why we have that, hang on. Let me measure it first real quick. If you don't know why I've been, like, blasting or, like, wanting to play YYZ, so YYZ is based off of an airport locator beacon at Toronto Pearson. So adaptive visibility distance, we want that. Airport road light remover. Removes runway and taxi lights from the game. I don't want that. Animation UV parameters. We want that. Bulldoze it. I don't want. Camera positions utility. No. Extra landscaping tools I don't use. Simulator. No. Hard mode. No. Measure it. There it is. I don't want more beautification, more flags on. That mod is no longer useful. Yeah, okay, we got it all. Let's go. It's YYZ. Yeah, okay, so that's the locator beacon for Toronto Pearson. That Rush listened to the VOR, which, I mean, I don't know if you can tune into it. I don't know much about, like, radios and stuff. But that's the locator beacon for Toronto's airport. Toronto Pearson is what it's called. And the airport code is YYZ. So Rush took a locator beacon, the VOR locator beacon for Pearson, which sounds like this. And made a song out of it. So YYZ is an inadvertent, well, not inadvertently, it's a song about airplanes, which is cool. You can tune into the VOR. That's part of double checking that you're tracking the correct VOR. You can listen to the Morse code it sends out. There you go. That's what it is. That's Morse code for YYZ, which is sweet. But can you listen to it in stereo? All right, let's see how it loads. But why is it a Y? Because raisins. Oh, sneaky, that's cool. Now I have YYZ stuck in my head. But you know what? That's not a bad song to have stuck in your head. To be honest. I ain't even mad. Ah, there we go. There's our measuring tool. Alright. Oh, hold on. No. There we go. Whoa, it was fine. Runways are not measured in meters, okay? Runways are measured in feet, all right? Because we invented the airplane, okay? All right? You can say I'm wrong, but you know I'm right. So we have a 5,000 foot runway, give or take. You win this time. There are two types of units. The metric system and units that got spacecraft to the moon. No, I know that the back-end systems on the Apollo spacecraft were metric. I know that. You think Von Braun's gonna let somebody engineer something in frickin' think Von Braun's gonna let somebody build a spacecraft in frickin' Imperial? No way. Yeah, of course. That's a short runway for a major airport. So how long is the other runway, Yarg? Let's see. 5,700. These are both short runways for this airport. Wow. Yeah, this runway, we should probably extend it. That runway really needs to go to, like, here. Damn. Okay. Yeah, I know. Yarg, but a 9,000 foot runway would have us out here. Hang on. Right. I think you underestimated the footprint of the airport. Yeah, maybe a little. Oh, by the way, I found out it costs money to get rid of soil as it does to buy it. Yep. You hear the Josh Bazell quote in regard to imperial versus metric? I don't know what that means. Bye-bye. Wow. Yeah, we really need to extend the runway, right? Like, and even then, this is still the run-up area. So... Oh, there's like a gnarly big hill right here. Okay. So... we're gonna need to do some heavy dredging work. This is some big soil movement, man. And then hit it with the smoother. But this is the kind of stuff that must be done. Deforestation. Eh. So? Alright, now let's see where we're at. Oh, frick. The terrain needs to go to, like, right here. Damn it. Okay. Just gonna put a little marker here so we know that's where the... Is that where the measuring tool went? Yeah, okay, so let's go from here all the way back to here. That's 8,000 feet. Damn. Why do the runways need to be over a mile long? Airplanes? Because, wait. Because the airplane's landing on them, dude. This isn't an aircraft carrier, John. We don't have a catch hook. Most airplanes don't land on a 200-foot runway with a steam catapult, man. All right, we all can't be as cool. Well, you should. Then build a catch hook. Gosh. Yeah, it's so the airplanes have plenty of time to slow down. Oftentimes the runway's a lot longer than it actually needs to be, dude. Just in case something goes wrong when you're going down the runway. Imagine a catapult launched airliner. I mean, that would be fun. Don't get me wrong. That would be a really fun ride. 8,000 is alright. Still a little bit on the short end. Well, we're just going to have to put another runway over here eventually. We're just going to have to put a runway right here. This thing will end up looking like Schiphol. It'll end up looking like the airport in Amsterdam. I don't think a 747's landing gear would respond too well being caught by a catch hook. Yeah, I don't think so either, to be honest with you. They're long for the Hollywood chase scenes. Yeah, yeah. No, then you'd have a runway over here and a taxiway to go to it. Man, airports take up a gnarly big footprint. That's crazy, dude. All right. Let me extend the airport district out there. I already flattened the terrain, so should be good. And the reason why I leveled this hill right here, so the approach isn't poo-poo. We might need to plane off a little bit off of this hill as well. Here, let's see. Ready? Yeah. Get it? Plane off a little bit. Alright. Sorry. I won't do that again. It would help if you got the approach angle right. So I started with 5 million in the bank when we started this airplane project, and it turns out that, you know, airports in cities playing with the airport and like industry and stuff could literally be its own game. Like, I like this, man. This is fun. Hit this with the smoother. There are many airport tycoon games. Yeah, I know. Like, we spent a lot of money on this, man. There we go. So we should be clear for a good runway expansion. Okay, so now we have to measure. What are the indicators? Hold on. I want the pictures. Give me the pictures. Here we go. Can you show me the new terminal building? Sure. All you had to do was ask. Nice. Here we go. So they're every 500 feet. All right, cool. You want to see the new terminal building? Yeah, it's over here. Where am I? I got lost in my own city. So there's the new terminal building that I messed with. We built it out. It looks good. It works. I don't have any indicators for this runway, but the cool thing is that we found out that the modded runway parts do work with the terminals, which is really cool. So that's just straight up Singapore airline. The jetway. Okay. ABL had an engine hard start. Yeah, it blew up on the test stand in Mojave. It'll delay the rocket launch by 3 months. That terminal is the DLC. Yeah, this is the DLC stuff right here, guys. The hotel, the parking garage stuff. Yeah, this stuff, that's all DLC. But it's cool because it works with the mods, which is amazing to me. So, what I'm doing is working on the small details. Like, now that we know that the runway, the modded runways work with the DLC. Now that we know that, yeah, we can do some pretty awesome stuff here. Like, I've already started putting in the threshold markers for the runway, and then the runway heading, and then we can mark the taxiways and stuff, which is cool. And then we can also learn in the process. And then I got a measuring tool so we can measure. I gotta go see the options for the measuring tool. Oh, you can have, wait, did that have the heading information on it too? Oh, we did get our headings right. That's cool. Can we designate certain runways for small aircraft? That's what these markers are for, Yarg. These markers are for smaller aircraft. They're touchdown zone markings depending on the type of aircraft. So runways can land smaller planes. You can land small planes on a big runway. That's no problem. That's what those markers are for. Are the planes true size with the measuring tool? Somebody go look up how long an A380 is. About 180 feet. 170, 180 feet. Nope. Scaling is wrong. Can we designate certain runways with small aircraft? No, Yarg, it really doesn't differentiate. I'm not scaling the runway to the plane, guys. I can only make a 150-foot wide runway. That's all we had. Caps lock. Oh, also, fellas, the elevated taxiways. Oh no, I was gonna say, you should be able to elevate it, but it didn't do it. Yeah, we looked around and we saw that, Yard. It's pretty standard stuff, yeah. Yeah, so it's not exactly right. Oh well. Anyway. Oh no. No, not that. But all these runways seem to be the same width. Just elevated or not. And then the M is the asphalt color. I don't care if the planes aren't exactly to scale, that's fine. I just want my runways to look right. So in that regard, we have to get back into our measuring tool. Okay, so the measuring right there. All right, that's 500 feet. So let me get a footpath out. And then let me just kind of replace it. Oh, not bad. So 1 footpath cell length is pretty much 500 feet. It's probably because that cell length is in metric, but it's pretty close. That's good. All right, so that's the indicator for the first set of hash marks, which is the three set of hash marks. So that's these ones right here. What's our spacing? That doesn't, it's not too bad. Okay, so. It's the street light. We gotta line up with the light. Good. Cool. Now we're gonna measure about 1,000. So about 1,000 feet should be up here. So select that and then 937. 965. 1,074. 1,060, 1038, 1029, 997, 1,000, pretty much on the dot. Cool. All right, so now get me my double hash marks. And those go right here. Sweet. Oh yeah, that's right. It's the thick hash marks. Thank you, Yard. Yeah, those are at 1,500. So I'm gonna go into my move it tool. Just gonna move those off. But I'll keep the position there so I know, right? And then we need the aim marker. Cool. Also, you're not using the correct hash marks in the mod. The correct ones are bigger. Oh, threshold bar. Oh. Well, mine looks better. That's the ideal kind of landing spot, Ivan, for most planes. Excellent. Very good. Very good. Alright, now we gotta measure... Okay, right there. Dead center of the screen. Let me just place something. There. Is that? Yep, okay, that's good enough. Now I gotta take these guys. Put them right there. Why is that arrow there? Compass heading. I needed to figure out, I measured that against the shadow of the tower when the sun was going down to figure out where north was. And then I used that to put them numbers on the runway. Yeah, Ivan. Yeah, that actually will work. Copy paste the last two lines and you have your 500-foot spacing. I really wish we could, like the measuring tool is cool, but I really wish we could, what's the right way to say it? I really wish we could, like, move the nodes around. But it's cool. Change it to line mode from point to point, and then you can. Like, I wish I could use Move It tool on the measuring nodes, but... Yeah, I see it, Ivan. It might be center point. So threshold the center point, because the lengths of these make a difference, and it looks like these aren't spaced correctly. Alright, hang on. I don't like it. You don't like it? No, I don't like it. Just a heads up, it's 3:30, okay. What I'm going to do is this. There. That's 500 almost exactly. Pretty sure. So if I click on this light right here, 500 on the dot. That length is 500 right there. We can get rid of the stupid footpath. There you go. Now, you guys were saying something about not the right indicators being used. Oh, hi, Trijet. Nice. They're touchdown indicators. Touchdown 1, touchdown 2, touchdown 3. Do we have bigger ones? There's threshold markers. We need the 150 markers, so... That one goes right there. Right, we can get rid of that one, get rid of that one. Can you put snakes on the planes? No, I'm tired of that. Yeah, I know. So touchdown 1, touchdown 2, touchdown 3. These are threshold indicators. See, it says that's for a 60-foot runway, 75-foot runway. That's the aim marker for a 60. That's the aim marker for a 75. Threshold 100, threshold 150, threshold 200.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Runway marking center. Hey, play 29-month resub. Can you put Samuel Jackson on a plane? Yeah. Aim marker 100, aim marker 150. That's the 150 aim marker. That's what we have right there, so that's in the right spot. Threshold bar for a 60-foot, threshold bar for a 75-foot runway. These are the arrows. They go there. We'll figure that one out later. Threshold bar 150. This should be the right one. It should go right there, and it should fit, but it doesn't fit. The way I did it looks better. So these are the only touchdown markers that we have, which means that this one goes right here. The 2 marker. Can we not be in this view when we go to do that? 2 marker goes there. And then the 1 marker goes right here. Can you stretch it with move it? Nah, move it doesn't work like that. Now that we have that figured out. Airplanes. $150-foot touchdown bar. Okay, now we go back over here, touchdown 2 indicator. we go. And then the touchdown 1 indicator goes right here. Bingo. Oh, and they almost touched down right on the right markers. Hell yeah. Can you customize the ILS approaches on this? We have ILS. I could put one down, but I don't think you can, like, customize it. Ooh, we have an ILS critical area sign. I'm gonna put that down there. We have the ILS building. You guys want to put ILS on this runway? We need to put the marker right here at the runway start, and then we need the localizer. I don't know what that does. I need to go back over here. Located on taxiways on backside of ILS critical area signs. Okay. And then we need the localizer. Where does the localizer go, fellas? Is it right here? Word. I'm not going to do down the other side of the runway with the markers just yet because of words. Because we're going to extend it so it doesn't matter. You got to double up the 2 and 1 touchdown marks. Oh, okay, Fabio, I got you. The localizer is the lateral component. Got it. I don't think I buy. I think that they're supposed to be short. Those are supposed to be half the length of those. That's what the FAA thing is saying. This is the FAA manual. Those are half the length of the hash marks and the threshold mark indicator. I think those are right, dude. I could be wrong, though. The ones on the right, they're in sets. Look on the right side. I think he means 2 sets of double marks and 2 sets of single marks. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, all right. I got you. So these guys with the move it tool, right? No, you know what? Bulldoze those. Get rid of them. They're no good. They were crooked. I saw it. Word. The glide slope. The glide slope antenna is 1,000 feet from the threshold and the localizer is at the other end. So this localizer right here, fellas, would be the ILS for runway 2, correct? That's the ILS for 2, and then we'd have another the localizer. We'd have to put one down here, right? And then this is the glide slope one right here. That's the glide slope ILS building. ILS. That's the glide slope one, and it looks like my building is not facing the right direction. I think it needs to be facing this direction. And you said it's 1,000 feet. That's the localizer for runway 2. The ILS glide slope is next to the 1,000-foot marks. Well, it's good that we measured it, man, isn't it? Good that we measured it. That's 500. Oh, thick as 1,000. Why am I messing this up so bad today? Any idea how far off the threshold, or not runway threshold, how far off to the side it is? There's got to be a measurement for it somewhere. So cool. Measure twice, build once. Here, let's go into Google Earth. Let's look at this runway right here. So, does this runway have ILS? Well, there's the localizer, but that's the localizer for the opposite runway. So, the localizer for this runway's got to be down here. There it is. So there's the localizer for this runway. Now where's the ILS indicator? The glide slope indicator should be right here. And boom, there it is. Like clockwork. Okay, let's just measure the distance. What's the distance off the center line? About 400 feet. Done. Let's check another runway. There it is again. What's the distance here? About 400 feet. All right, let's check the two other runways. Just to be sure. I'm just taking some measurements. $400 feet again. They're all 400 feet. I already measured that one, moron. So... interesting. This runway, 36 left, does not have glide slope. It doesn't have a glide slope ILS. I don't see it. Unless... nope. There's the ILS for... I would assume that that's for this runway. 400 feet again. Hey, Dak. The ILS critical area will only be on the side that the ILS box is on as well. There's your IL, and there it is. So, 36 left at Orlando does not have an instrument landing system. There's no ILS critical indicator here. There's just a threshold indicator. Am I right? Check if this has localizer. No. No localizer. So this just has glide slope. That just has a glide slope indicator. There's no localizer for this. Interesting. Hi and yes. Hey, Nightmares. There's a that's so... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What the heck's going on here? There's the localizer for 36 left. 36 left doesn't have glide slope, or is that a glide slope indicator? But if that's a glide slope indicator, why would it be here? And why wouldn't it be over there? Check the far side. Well, the far side's a different runway. .36 left does have full ILS. I'm really confused. Yeah, it does. It has ILS for 18 right, though. .18 left has the localizer. Yeah. I see that. And... .18 right has the localizer. Right? But there's no localizer over here. .36 left has... I don't see any localizer here, do you? Localizer. Oh, maybe that's it right there. What's Liebert? What's that, Liebert? Oh, good old FlightAware. I can see the purged links. I just do that so bots don't spam. That's why it purges it out. So 36 left. This is our nav though. Airliner Tower, ground control. Let's go down here. Yep, there's your points. Huh. 36 left has ILS, but not 18 left. Yeah. Interesting. I wonder why all the runways aren't equipped with it. There's probably, like, okay, knowing planes, there's probably a very good reason why it's like that. There's probably a really good reason. For dimensions that don't have standardization, check a different airport. That specific distance could be a local thing. Agreed. Let's go to SeaTac. Let's go on the other side of the country. I picked the furthest thing away that I could think of. All right, let's take a look at SeaTac. So we have 34 right, or no, what is that? Yeah, 34 right, 34 center, 34 left. Let's check for 34 right. Okay, I see a glide slope indicator. Now let's look at the end of the runway for the localizer. Yep. Full ILS on 34 right. I would imagine that this one would probably be equipped with this because the runway is so long. I may have missed it, but how do runways get their numbers and letterings? Compass. Magnetic compass, barefoot. 34. 340 on a compass, so it's almost due north, because 36 would be due north, right? That's the numbers on the runway. So if a runway is 9 on one end and 27 on the other end, 9 is east, 27 is west, right? The runway goes east-west. If it's 1836, the runway goes north-south, because 180 and 360. It's just azimuths on a compass. That's it. It's that simple. It's 1836, Yarg. They would use 36 at 18, but yeah, you wouldn't. They would use 01. They wouldn't use 00. I've never seen 00 on a runway, but I could be wrong. So this is 340 degrees on a compass, barefoot. Yep, 340 degrees R. So that means it's a right runway. So that means this thing has a parallel, what's called a runway parallel. There's 34 center, which is the center runway of 3. If you see a C indicator, that means there's 3 parallel runways at 340 degrees. Okay? And then you have over here 34 left. So left, center, right. LCR. Left, center, right. Now, here, this big white line is what's called a runway threshold, okay? These hash marks here are what's called a threshold indicator, okay? What does the indicator do? Tells you how wide the runway is. Straight up. 12 hash marks, see? 6 on each side. 12 hashes, 150 feet wide. Okay, runway starts here. It's 150 feet wide. It's the right parallel 34 right there. This is a touchdown indicator that's 500 feet away from the threshold. That's 1,000 feet away from the threshold. That's 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, 3,000, etc., etc. That's what these hash marks are for. They mark the distance from the runway threshold. So now when you're taking off, you're going down the other end of the runway, right? You have 500, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, 3,000. 3,000 feet to the end of the runway. 2,500 feet to the end of the runway. 2,000, 1,500, 1,500. You need to stop like now. And then there's the end of the runway. Is there a compass rose available for markings? I just looked in cities, guys. I looked in cities to figure out where the sun was setting. And I used the shadow of the tower to figure out that that's due north right there. We're getting some pretty bad frame rate lag there. Hold on. Where is the... Oh, lot distance. Okay, cool. Yeah, Hermit, there you go. Yeah, Concrete. Everything at an airport, just like in spaceflight, everything at an airport is there for a really, really good reason. Don't think, what are they trying to do? Why did they do that? Why does this runway have this marker right here? And why does it say 34R across multiple ways? Well, this is what's called this is another threshold indicator, but this is the threshold indicator for the taxiway. That's different than the threshold indicator for the runway. Okay? This right here, when you have concrete outside of the runway, that's technically not on the runway, this is called the displaced threshold. Why? Because the threshold is displaced from the end of the concrete. The runway threshold's in a little bit. That's a displaced threshold, right? This is a taxiway threshold indicator, meaning you're crossing the runway on the side. This is the entrance to the runway. And then there should be an ILS thingamajigger here too. Yep, there's your ILS marker. See, it's right next to the ILS for this runway. That means the planes don't go this way because you might interfere with the signals being transmitted from the glide slope indicator. And also, because we went here in the first place, Novus, let's go here to there. 400 feet again, on the exact opposite side of the country. There's the VOR right there. That's the beacon for the airport. Right there. That's what that thing is. It's the beacon. This will tell you where the airport is relative to your plane by transmitting the airport's code in Morse code. This one is SEA, because SeaTac. So you can't have ILS on both sides of the runway. Yes, yeah, you can. Of course you can. All right, where's the do we have an ILS indicator for this one? Nope. 34C has no ILS, if I'm looking at this right. No glide slope indicator. It could have ILS. Yep, there's the localizer. So it does. You have a localizer, but there's no glide slope indicator, from what I can tell here. It would be like right here. Nope, not there. Unless that's it right there, unless it's on the left side. And you do have an ILS beacon here, and you have ILS indicators right there as well. Is this 400 off the center line? Yeah, Novus, 400 feet again. I think that's just how they place them. They're 400 feet off. Yeah, I see the critical area for the ILS right here. Yeah, basically this thing is sending a signal this way, the glide slope indicator. It's sending a signal that way, guys. And because it's sending it that way, they don't want a plane getting in the way and screwing with the signal. This is part of the reason why you don't, like they say, oh, no cell phones during takeoff and landing. because a cell signal might screw up these signals. Like, it probably doesn't at this point, but that's the reason why. Put your stuff away. Put your phone away. Put your laptop away. Don't use this stuff, because if it does transmit a signal and it screws with, oh, I don't know, the ILS when you're going into land, I don't think... This tells the plane where the runway is. You probably shouldn't screw with that. Like, probably not a good idea. Yeah. There's a reason why these... What are these called? ILS... critical areas. Yeah, see? They don't want planes down here when this thing is on. That's what these markers indicate. And we can put these markers in on our runway. I have them. Well, I had them there. There's the... One of these is the indicator for it. I don't know. We'll find it. Pretty cool though. Like this is why I like doing this stuff, because I like learning about it, and we get to build an awesome airport in cities. So it looks like we need to go 400 feet off the center line. So 400 is... Uh-oh. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I know, Flo. Isn't that cool? All right, so yeah, we might need to go and dig up some taxiways. So our airport's always going to be under construction. So I'd call that pretty damn realistic. Just saying. Maybe we should scale the stuff down a bit. Sneaky. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Sneaky. No, we're going to do it right. I already took all my time to do this right. Might as well. What I want to do here, guys, is get my measuring tool out. And I want to do markers. What I want to do is measure 100 feet. That's 100 on the dot. So use the chirper right there. And I want to put stuff down here. That's easy to see. And I want to use it to basically make a ruler. Right below the chirper, right there. There, point to point. Those two ILS indicators are 100 feet. Done. Sweet. Voice crack. So now what we can do, because I know that those are exact, see, check it out. Critical area indicator right there. I'll use the critical area indicator here. Probably should have done it with that to begin with, but that's 100 feet. So if we take this, right? I take this cell and we just copy it, right? 1, 2, 3, and 4. That should be about 400 feet. Measure. Yep. Bingo. Done. Done. I'm just gonna put this over here on my bunk runway so I know not to delete it. I had to put one of the default runways in here, or else the airport didn't think we had a runway. So now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna take this, we're gonna copy it, and now we measure 400 off the center line. One, two, go away. Three, four. Okay, so yeah, the taxiway. The taxiway is in the way. Yeah. Houston, we have problem. We must move taxiway. Okay, so let me move the service road then. Service road's gonna have to move a little bit, I think. And then get rid of that. Then let me go in here, and I'll just use the regular taxiway that's in the game. Well, that's 400, so that's where the ILS goes. So the taxiway is going to have to be over here. All I wanted to do is get rid of the stupid fence. Excellent. Use move it, filter fences, and delete. Yeah. Yeah, I took care of it. We're good. The airport is expanding again. Taxiway might be a little close to that hill. Do you ever need a taxiway on alongside that side of the runway? Yeah. It's for planes that land over here so they can get back to the terminals. Yes, I do. Suddenly, Innsbrucker. Kind of amazing how that all kind of came together. It's almost like it lines up perfectly. But, you know, the other thing is that runway, it means that this runway is way too close to the terminal. Whoops. Yeah, it's grandfathered in. Screw it. It's grandfathered in. Screw it. Airport area required. Okay, so I need some more. Y'all got any more of that airport district? Y'all got any more of that airport district, Joe Rogan? You know what? Now would probably be a good time to figure out... Yeah, okay. So some taxiways do curve like that. Where am I? I'm back at SeaTac. Yeah, okay. I've noticed that sometimes you have this. Papa Bear, what's this about? The double taxiways. Is that just so you can stage 2 planes at the end of the runway? Like I'll have 2 planes that could take off on 16 center right here. Just put 2 of them there. I can do that, Boring Rocket. Yeah, we can make that happen. Or it could be a bypass. What's that, Lunchbox? You got something? Yeah, it's for capacity. Okay. Alright, I need to save this. Yeah, I'm going to start collecting images for this. Maybe one to take off at 16C, but to allow traffic to go through the runways. So it's throughput. It's basically 2 lanes for a highway, right? Got it. I thought the airport forced the area to be completely flat. Only once. It only does that on the initial run. I thought that too. And then, after that, I was like, oh. Well, that's pretty neat. Is the DLC out? Came out on, it came out, on Tuesday. Tree? Yes, it is, and yes, it's amazing. So I'm back building airports again, because, check it out. We already built out the terminals and stuff, and I had this terminal, and we quickly outgrew that, so that, instead of the main terminal, that became Terminal A, and then I got Terminal B over here. Terminal B. Terminal B is very much future-proofed. Remember that you still need to expand the runway. Yeah, that's true. Why is most of B still closed? Oh. Mostly because I really don't need it. I only have one side of it open. We don't need it right now. This terminal is overkill. It is way overkill for what... Yeah, see? It's way overkill. Even opening Terminal B right now is just overkill. To be honest. Yeah. We don't need to do that right now. Repost. What does left, center, and right mean on those numbers? Left runway, center runway, right runway. I could shut the terminal off and we could save some money because it's not really at full capacity. Here, we could turn off the main part of the terminal. Oh, nice. We got JetBlue stuff in here. Is that a 787? It is. And its engine is going through the jetway. That's great. Here, what does it look like down here in first person on a side note? Looks right to me. Kind of. Is this all stock? So the terminals are part of the DLC, Novus. The terminals are the DLC. All this stuff is part of a parts pack that I'm going to use because we're going to label everything, man. Yeah, like the threshold indicators and stuff and the ILS measurement and whatnot. That's all That's all mods that supplement it. But you know what's cool? And that was the big breakthrough that I had today. I was going to go start putting the details in. And then we figured out that the modded runways work with the terminals. The modded parts work with the terminals. That's a lot of planes. They work. Yeah, really interesting. Airports moved people. And then there was cargo airports that moved goods, Ren. You could still place those down, but I don't think you can customize them. Yeah, I know, Hideous. That's a heck of a service life, right? Yeah, Hater, that's just the AI pathing. There's really not much we can do about that. The least we can do is make the airport look right. And make it, at least, I mean, we're not piloting the planes, right? We're not piloting the planes, so what does it matter to us? I'll leave one large aircraft stall open. So, you know, if they don't land right on our perfectly placed runways, well, that ain't our problem now, is it? Nope. Can you do a first-person takeoff of an airplane? You're not gonna like what you're about to see, but yeah, sure. Getting sick yet? That's from the airplane path. We can switch that, guys, so that we can make them so they don't do that. What, you never flown in the thermals before? Yeah, this is a junk plane that I just put over here because I thought it looked cool. How else are you meant to gain height? Yeah, yeah. Obviously. That localizer is awfully close to this runway. Where's the cargo terminal gonna go? Over here. Extending this runway pretty much solidified where that's gonna end up. It's gonna be right here. And then, who knows? Maybe eventually, like, how's the terrain right here? It's not bad. Maybe I'll put a parallel. Maybe I'll put 20, this will be 20 right, and then maybe we'll put 20 left over here. We could, Green, yeah. Did the landing takeoff directions ever change due to wind? No. Nah, there's some weird code governing how the airplanes fly. So, yeah, not really, no. What about one runway there to... Oh. One runway with stored planes? Nah. I don't want this. that spacing isn't right. I noticed that sometimes the runways have these. They have the yellow lines, and sometimes they have the white lines. I think the white lines are there to indicate something. What's the indicator? Displace threshold. Okay. The lack of it. Well, that runway should be a displaced threshold, Yarg. It's dangerous to have runways cross, just like an intersection for cars. Helicopter pad smirks. Yep. Yeah, I have one of them. Okay, the white indicates a displaced threshold, and then the yellow. Blast pads and stopways. So the white indicate displaced. So this one, believe it or not, does not have a displaced threshold. So this one has blast pads and stopways. Last, please. Check this out. I thought this mod would be good. Better planes. I have that. I have that already. Does it snow or any sort of weather in this game? It depends on the climate that you choose, Brun. Yeah, it can snow in this game if you choose an area where it snows. This is a moderate climate. So no, not on this one. Do you have any Pappy lights? No, but I haven't put them down yet, but we could very soon. Yeah, I really need something without streetlights. Damn it. Are you able to change the taxiway light color? I think they are white and not blue. They're blue. Yeah, Hammernails, taxiway lights are blue. Runway lights are white. I could, but I know that these are correct. Why does the Pappy need water? It don't understand. That should give it power now. That UK electrical box jumps electricity. Oh. Cool. Don't forget to water your guidance system. Yes, absolutely. Word. Hey, Mr. Gibbons. Thank you for the raid. Liquid cooled Pappy lights. Yeah. Actually, we need to start getting the runway lights on this. They run hot. Yeah, it's fine. The planes have landing lights. They don't need lights on the runway. It's fine. What's up, Mr. Gibbons Raiders? How are you? What was Giv up to? How are you guys doing? I'm just messing with my airport here. Does this mod have an EMAS? Oh, good, thank you very much. Building airports and loving it. Dude, the airports DLC is money. It's so good. Same as you, but having a train crisis. Cool. I'm just... What we're doing here is... the stock runways in this kill me because that's... I mean, it's kind of right, but... Yeah, no, we figured out that some of the mods, some of the modded runways, the AI uses them, and the modded taxiways, the AI uses them as well. So you can have a regular airport, and as long as you place down a default runway and you don't connect it, they'll prioritize the other runways. So what I'm doing here is I'm marking my runways correctly. I'm marking the indicators correctly, the runway heading and everything, and then I gotta put lights on it. We have the localizer. This is the localizer for the other runway, for runway 2, not 20. But I have my glide slope indicators, the Pappy lights. Yeah, everything. We're trying to make it right. But anyway, yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. Thank you for the raid. See you last. I don't see anything from you in the last good while, Anesthesis. Type it again. Any spline lights you can use? Yeah, I think so. What are the custom runways called? Boop. Give me one moment. I'll get you the link, dude. Hold on. It's called the Airport Props Pack. Here we go. So, collections, airport props. Here you go. That should have everything that you're looking for. Warning, that's a big mod. There's a lot of stuff in here. But it should have all the accessories, the de-ice trucks, the localizer arrays, the hold markers. It should have everything in here. Like you could put down the VOR antenna, helicopter pads, runway approach clusters. We got to do all this. I have to add all this stuff. And then you have the airport line pack, which is even cooler. You can draw the lines like you would make roads. So it's actually super, super freaking useful. I'm going to go in and I'm going to paint all this stuff. It's going to take some time, though. I gotta put the runway lights on, and what I'm doing is I'm using FAA documents to I'm using FAA documents to paint the runways correctly. Hold short lines. ILS hold position markers. Please tell me you could put a track-on tower somewhere. That's a maritime tower. Those are the towers from the mod pack. There's a ship hull that's under construction. No, no. No, no, no. Control tower. Tower cranes. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that pack comes with a bunch of small ATCs. So if you want to put down like the ground control towers, you can. See, did I finish Epcot? I've pretty much finished everything in Epcot but the airport. So I was using this to figure out how to make the airports. Not the cranes, no damn hell. Yep, mine checking last. Okay. Is it true that they use kerosene to clean the tarmac? Or I've never heard of that, Flykin. They de-ice the runway. I mean, maybe you could use kerosene, but I don't like the idea of landing on a runway that's coated in fuel. I don't think that doesn't sound right to me, but I could be wrong. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, I wanted to put GA over here because we're gonna extend the runway, you know, or we could put it over here with the smaller runways. Yeah, I think glycol. That sounds right, bloody. But I don't know. Could be wrong. So like I have all these airport lights up here with all the indicators and stuff here. See that? All the indicators. We got to put the runway lights on, don't we? All right, let me find the lighting, runway lighting. It should be here. Actually, we could just use this. It's white, amber at the ends. What's the spacing on the lights, though? I own schematics. No, you don't. Anesthesis, did you ever type that thing again? I don't see... Oh, there you go. Why do European runways have different touchdown markers? If you look at Frankfurt on Earth real quick, you see they're all single hash marks. I don't know. Maybe because it's not FAA. Your localizer's on the wrong side. Yeah, it's for the other runway. I'm trying to start at one end of the runway, put everything down that we want, and then go to the other side. But yeah. Yeah, they don't have the spline, or not the spline, the split markers. Interesting. I don't know. It seems like these are all the same. It's all the same thing. Runway light colors explained. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know. The way I see it is it's like cars, right? Like, Like Germany, for instance, drives on the same exact side of the road. They drive on the same side of the road that we do in the U.S. Does that mean the auto laws are all exactly the same? Nope. The gist is the same, right? But not exact. No, Flykin, it's just a question. As long as you're coming from a place of genuine curiosity, yeah. I just don't know the answer, dude. That's all. As much as I like to... that's what I mean, you know. As much as I like to... you know, I know a good deal, but I don't know everything, man. In fact, the more I learn about things, the less I know overall. It's like a net loss. You know? Alright. Lights. That's what I was doing. Sorry. Okay, so we have white lights going down the side. There's our threshold indicator lights. Do those ones work? I don't even know. Look at this little guy. Look at this little guy. Aw, the cute plane. Basic runway light is probably what we're going to end up using. Oh, wait, no, here we go. That's a path, right? Yeah, I'm going to use the pathing here. That's the center line. Runway. So yellow, white, yellow, red. What's PV? I don't know what PV is. Purple violet, yeah. Yep. Indeedy. Well, that boy ain't right, I tell you what. Oh, God, no, bad, I screwed up. Let me just pause it, and, yeah, we're gonna need, yep, okay. I just bombed the runway. That's probably not good for it. Any planes coming in? No. I instinctively hit Control Z, Nash. I was like, ah, no. I may have messed up the runway, guys. Honestly. I don't know. Let's check the route pathing. Oh, I broke it. Now the plane's gonna take off right there. Watch. It's just gonna go up. Ready? Damn it. Alright. Okay, I gotta fix this. We gotta make the runway again. Might as well extend the damn thing, you know, so let's get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, and then get my stupid measuring tool out and go from here all the way to like here. Yeah, that's 8,000 feet. Well, that's the long runway. We'll make that one 8,000. Might as well, because we broke it. That indicator is not going to be in the right spot anymore, but it's alright. So, You got to place the runways in one shot in this game. I'm not sure why it likes doing that, but that's just, yeah, how it likes it. I wonder if TMPA could fix it. Maybe. Yeah, it really does not like it when you do anything. It really doesn't like it when you do anything to the runways. Oh yeah, that's why I did that, so it doesn't look messed up. No, that's elevated. We'll, fix that later. No, it's fun. It's fun, guys. It looks like, we did, oh. It looks like we paved it at a different time, or something. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You know what? I hate it. That's fine. Panja, 4113 sub. It's all ruined! No, I know, Yarg. I know. Forgive me. Forgive me, Argos, for I have sinned. Forgive me. Alright, so now... This need to go down here. There we go. I'm not sure how that's gonna... Alright, here's what we'll do. We gotta find the last cell right here. Actually, this one is 400 off, so we need to figure out... Okay, so it's just a little over 2 cells, right? So this thing needs to go... there. That's the taxiway. And then this needs to go back this way. Fricking fricks, when will you learn? There we go. And then... Perfect. Now, for this runway, I'm not sure if this will like it if we cross it, but we'll find out. So, let's go in here, first of all. Set that as a dark taxiway so it doesn't mess things up. We gotta see if it's pathing correctly. Yep. Okay, she's pathing fine. Now it's a really long runway. Do you go to PAX East? Tickets are on sale in April. Yeah, usually I do, yeah. I'm just not, like, I'll be honest with you. I'm not sure how that's going to transpire with COVID going around. But, yeah, we'll see. We'll play it by ear. That's in my backyard, paper. Alright, now let me get my measuring tool. Actually, we can just use the light indicators. Ready? 1, 2... You can go all the way down here. Now, what we should be able to do is just 1, 2... Okay, so I should be able to just copy this. Oh, no. I love making more work for myself. There. Now we have a perfectly indicated runway. Most excellent. Okay, save the game. Great success. I like you. Yeah. I think I might found the answer for that Frankfurt marking. The ICAO standard defined by length of runway. Yeah, they would use metric. No, it has to be in metric. No, no, America. We know you invented the airplane, but we're gonna invent it better than you. No, Mikey, no. That is so not right. Looks pisser. Thanks, man. Alright, I gotta go into the move it tool one more time. There. Got it. Oh, that's the elevated taxiway. I don't want the elevated one. All right. Now our runways are a little better. Excellent. Oh, damn it. No. No, 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 it messed it up. Watch the plane. Why? Why do you do this to me, game? Look at the pathing now. Wait. Did it fix it? I'm confused. Maybe that was just left over from when it was broken. Hold on, A380, okay. Hold on, hold on. Hold on. Where are you going? Okay, okay, okay. It's gonna just turn straight up. Yep. Okay, yep. Let's wait. Let's see if it updates. Let's see if it updates. That guy's gonna go just straight up. Yep. Alright. What is this plane gonna do? Hey, that one worked! You know what kind of TWR to you need to make a plane do that? No, it's not reload. We just gotta wait. Wait until it updates. These are planes that were put onto the map, Da Vinci, when the runway was broken. Just wait. No, it feels great, Seinert. Because the planes are landing on it correctly, and we saw that one plane already pathed to it right. Yep. It's not fixing it. Okay. I'll remake the runway. No problem. Okay, so get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. It's because I added the stop strip at the other end of the runway. That's the problem. This is why they had you make the runway in one shot with the DLC. We couldn't figure out why you would do that. The reason why they did it is because it screws up the pathing. It makes perfect sense. We need... Nope, not that one. Runway ground. One way with line. Okay, ready? There. Now, just like the... No, not elevated. Ground one way. Just like the game wants, you connect the taxiways in, right? And unpause it, and it should path correctly. This guy's still gonna go straight up. No. Ah! That, dude, I hate that the game does that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, okay. It's working fine now. Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to quick save here. And now I'm wondering. If I attach a taxiway to this runway, what is it going to do? If I attach another one, I just want to see what happens. Well, that's how baby planes are made. Yeah, at least do it inside of a hangar. John, Jesus. Okay, so I just saved. The runway is working again. What happens if I take a taxiway and say, do that? Did it screw it up? Well, it ends right there. Why does it end right there? Yeah, it ended here. So that plane should take off right now. Yeah, that breaks things. Okay. Yep. Okay, so cross taxiways, it still does not, it does, yeah, it didn't like that. Yeah, it didn't like that. Okay. So, if we do want to make it look, the taxiways look right, then we need to just kind of anarchy some things. Yep, that's a no. It was just like, yeet! Straight up. So I'm guessing there's going to be a bug fix paths pretty soon for that. Well, the default stuff, Tessa, doesn't... the default stuff locks you into a particular runway design, so this stuff doesn't happen. With the regular runway, the one that's vanilla, look, there's only certain points where you can attach a taxiway, and there's a very good reason for that. Because they didn't want to screw with the airplane pathing. And you know what? They probably didn't want to screw with the airplane pathing so it wouldn't screw up other people's cities that already exist. That's my guess. But I don't know for sure. Is that the Kraken drive from KSP you talk about? Yes. So, if we wanted to make a taxiway look like it attaches to this, here's what we would need to do. The planes wouldn't use it. They would always use the end taxiway every time, pretty much. So, we basically cannot screw with the runway. Do not mess with the runway. The runway works. It's working fine. The plane paths are okay. Everything else, and the main taxiways are working correctly. Everything else is decorative at this point. So if I wanted to do concrete, say we wanted to do a concrete taxiway, why not? Let's just go concrete taxiway. Concrete taxiway with a ground line. We'd have to do something like this. And how much does that screw that up? Pretty badly.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
If I take that node and sink it into the ground? Oh, okay. Hey, Nightmares. Welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Okay. Just tick it down once with the move it tool and you're good to go. And let me just make sure we didn't screw with the route pathing on the taxiways. Nope. Nope. We are Gucci. That's how we're going to have to do it. We're going to have to fudge it a little bit. But that's fine. That's okay. No problem. Better than, like, not being able to do it, right? Like... Service road. I use the dirt roads because they don't have streetlights. There. CLD document just dropped in. Oh boy. What is this for? Is that for the Vader missions? There's a mod called Big Decal Tire Marks if you want to give the runway that used look. Oh, cool. Alright. Sweet. Good to know. So yeah, okay. The key here is if you want the mods or anything to work, you have to build the runway first, and then add the taxiways, and then do not touch it after that. Don't screw with it. Put everything else on there. Like, I still need to do the runway lights, but I'm going to make sure that I am very carefully not touching those. Only touching the runway lights and not touching anything else. Okay, now let me get those runway lights again. Let me put the runway lights on and then we'll be fine. We need... That's the center line. Center line lights start at the threshold. Most excellent. This airport looks very nice. Thanks, Soben. How you doing, man? Long time no see. And then the side lights are just on the outsides of the threshold here. Huh. Hang on. I gotta see what I'm attaching it to. I gotta make sure we're attaching it to the right piece. Make it in the same way that I did before, but on the other side. Right there. Go all the way down. There. Now the lights should be nice and parallel. There we go. We got runway lights, dudes. Oh, that would have sucked having to individually place all that. That would really have sucked. Yeah, that would have sucked a lot. And now what I can do is I can put my localizer. We can copy it. And we can put the localizer for runway 2 right there. Sweet. And now, where's our localizer here? The glide slope indicator and the PAPI is on the left. So we need to measure 400 feet off of here. So let me get my little mini ruler here. Copy that. $400 off the center line. 1, 2, 3. I know I left a little bit of a space. 4. Now we go in here. ILS. That's only a little annoying. That's only just a little bit annoying, that's all. I'm just a little bit annoyed. That's all. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. The stock taxiways don't like the ILS indicator. Space? Yeah, we'll do that now. Isn't Pappy usually on both sides of the runway? It depends, Synerd. That's one thing that I'm learning. Every freaking runway is just a little bit different. Yeah, it's actually very interesting. Some runways have ILS, some runways have localizers, some have glide slope indicators, some don't. It's very interesting stuff. Last, please. Proud moment. What's up, dude? I passed. Check last to see what I mean. You want me to see last so you can see your last. I finished my GED science practice test waiting for the results. You passed. Well, that's just the practice. They're crowned, Loopy. Yeah, that's why I won't go through. Loopy, you dig this. You dig what we're doing. Have you seen the airport expansion, bud? This is pretty neat. Pretty freaking neat. You can do some fairly awesome stuff with this. Does the airport have a name? Of course it does. Would you like to see the name of the airport? I'll give you a hint. It is very Finnish name. Name of our summer car character. Yo, if you guys know what I mean. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hando Bonani International Airport. Hando Bonani is very good airport, very nice. Oh, jeez, okay. Hey, Airborne, what's going on? Yeah, my recreational field near me has it on one side. Oh, okay, cool. Commercial LEO destination. SpaceX outright proposed the Starship space station using Starlink as TDRS, but they had a significant weakness with no business plan for it. Oh.
Hey, if I stop at the store on my way home, is there anything you need?
Grab ramen. Grab Kraft mac and cheese.
Okay.
Batteries.
What kind?
Nah, I have the inverter. Never mind. We don't
Okay.
need that. I have the inverter. We can use the cars if we run out of, if we lose power or whatever.
Alright.
Yeah, Primo! 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 Chat says chicken nuggets, and that's actually, could you get me some of the Purdue chicken nuggets?
I wasn't gonna go to like the grocery store.
Oh, you were gonna go to the bodega. Okay.
Yeah.
Say it with me, chat. Bodega. They have good American chop suey. Pick up some American chop suey.
Okay. I'll see what I can do.
Also, I love you.
I love you too.
She brings me food.
I do.
It's pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Say it with bodegas. Oh, hey, Bear Bud. You should have told us it was you earlier, man. Welcome to Hando Bonani International Airport. Yeah, Loopy should be getting... They said 12 to 18. And then they didn't say 12 to 18. And then they said more after that, which is, you know, that's fine. This is fine. Hang on. You guys said that the electrical box, the UK electrical box will do it. UK. Oh, well that's a GMC Yukon. That's a nice name for a Tahoe. These are not doing what I want. What's the learning curve like for cities? Tempted to pick it up. Alleviate? Not bad. Give me snow. No. No. Yarg, no. No, you do not get Gibbs. Okay? You are not allowed to have Gibbs. Give me all your snow. I mean, you can take it if you want. The Pappy needs plumbing and power for whatever reason. I don't know why, but it does, so there we go. Now it has power. Oh, shoot. Please hold. Please. Please save. Wow. Okay. Nope, didn't like that. All right, we'll get to space news here. Yeah, three gigs. Shader cache, temp files. Go away. Wait for it. 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 Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. Sorry, that's Charlie. Anyway, I have a feeling we might want to clean up some old quick saves. Nah. Oh, gotta clean up that garbage from the Pappy system. Lights produce trash. Yeah, somebody didn't do the flags for that thing correctly. Someone done did it. Check that out. Oh, that's so legit, man. That runway is looking real good. We got to do the yellow amber lights at the end, but and then the REILs. It's light pollution. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, there is one thing that I wanted to... Here. Do the indicators work now that we have the right dependencies? Nah, doesn't look like it. What about the runway end lights? Nope, those don't light up. Yeah, I know. There's a lot to do. Nope, didn't like that. Okay. Maybe they need power? Well, it would tell me, Roth, wouldn't it? How's the rest of the city? Couple of noise complaints here and there, but other than that, city's operating normally. Oh, I hit quick save again. I mean, but then again, it is a mod. You never know. It might not show that it has the dependency there. We'll see. Let me, wait till the quick save's over, and then, here, let's, we'll place it, in a place that I know has electricity. Well, good call, Rutherford. Shoot. Okay, I guess it needs electricity then. Well, would you look at that? It works when it's plugged in. Yeah. Yeah, funny how that works. It probably uses electricity but has zero consumption. Or small enough for the game to not really realize it, yeah. I don't need any of that stuff anymore. But I'm keeping these. And I'm keeping my junk plane. Yeah, so now that means we can do the glide slopes, which is actually pretty cool. The planes won't follow them, but we can do the glide slopes. And now that we have a nice extended runway, nice 8,000 foot runway, that's big enough. Yeah, we can probably figure out places for the cargo terminal, like over here and whatnot. You know what the crazy thing is, guys? Shuttle landing facility is a little over 2 times as big as that runway. So the shuttle landing facility runway goes over here in real life. It's 15,000 feet long. That's only 8. Is that crazy or what? Actually, yeah, it's a little under double. So not over. Yeah. Shuttle needs a... They gave it a really long runway to make sure it didn't cook the brakes too hard. All right. Well, airport is working. She's working good. That's the total amount of passengers. Okay. Yeah, a lot of this is not used right now. It will be soon. Why does the other runway look different? It's made out of a different material? You can... I have different runway materials, dude. I could make this runway out of concrete if we really wanted to. Like, the mod has a bunch of different materials, so... Runway. I have concrete taxiways. We have concrete taxiways, concrete runways. We got a bunch of good stuff. Oh, that's kind of neat. Probably shouldn't do that. Is today's launch CSG2 an RTLS? No, but yeah, we should probably stop so we can do some space news and get some launch coverage in, and then summer car later tonight. Guys, I'll be back with cities tomorrow. Yeah. No, it's not. CSG2 is not RTLS. It's a drone ship landing. Roethlisberger retired, as expected. Are you sure CSG? You know what? Let's just settle this right now. Yep. That looks like RTLS to me. Yeah, pretty much, Wizard. Yep, LZ1. Mikey's got it right too. Okay, cool. I'm going to save this PDF and hopefully it doesn't screw my disk space. I saved it in the Saturn Pics folder. That's good. How about we just go into miscellaneous? There we go. And then I'm going to save this one as well. There we go. All right, cool. All right, guys, I'm going to take a little bit of a break here. And, yeah, when I get back, we're going to go into launch coverage. We got a launch today. So now we saved it twice. That's good for disk space. Yeah, sure. So, yeah. If you want to see more cities, I will be doing more cities tomorrow. Now that we figured out exactly, like, I figured out all the little things about placing stuff on the runway, we should be able to do it faster. And then we got to do taxiways and then all the taxiway indicators and stuff, which should be fun too. That should be a good time. Yeah, but I'm learning a lot. Hopefully you guys are learning a lot about airports and you get to see the DLC really get put to the test. And for this week's damn it test, yep, okay. Give me 1 second. I'm just moving around some of those. There we go. Save that. Save that. There's mods. There. ABL. There we go. Okay. Also big space. Got it. Okay, cool. I will be back momentarily. Let me get a video up for you guys so we can find something here. You know what? I'll just do the hold music because I'm just going to make something quick. The moon speaks belter. Oh, jeez. Alright. That's not a video. Yeah. We'll just do the background music.